home I do.
Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting this Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. Today, we're honored and privileged to have two student representatives with us, Brenda Smith from Northport High School, as well as Sophia Woodbury from Suncoast Polytech. Welcome. The Northport High School JROTC cadets will present the colors. Please stand.
Forward. March. Go. Halt. Up. Face. Go. Halt. Freeze and go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gary, go. Ready, cut. Right. Face. Forward. March.
This bag out of your way, Tom. I can move it over here.
We're moving into an arts aesthetic moment. For this evening's arts highlight, we are featuring Arts in Our School Month. I would like to welcome Angela Hart-Vixen, our arts extraordinaire leader, to approach the podium and start the presentation, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here with you this evening to celebrate Arts in Our Schools Month. This special time, which combines music, dance, and theater in our schools with Youth Art Month, aims to raise awareness of the significance of arts education for all students. It serves as a reminder that schools should be places where all children have access to the arts, fostering their creativity, expression, and intellectual pursuits. Tonight, you'll have the opportunity to witness firsthand, through the voices and performances of students and a teacher, the profound impact the arts have had on their lives. They will share stories about how the arts have shaped them, honed their academic and life skills, and illuminate their paths forward. Of course, Sarasota is renowned as a community of the arts, and it's thanks to the contributions of our talented students and their families, dedicated arts teachers, our school district, as well as arts school-based leadership, and our school board, that our schools reflect this reputation. Additionally, our arts community and philanthropic organizations are pivotal in supporting and inspiring arts education through collaborations with our arts teachers and schools at large through EdExplore SRQ. A special acknowledgement to Brian Hirsch, CEO of the Arts and Cultural Alliance of Sarasota County, along with his exceptional team, and all our community arts advocates for their ongoing support. Stay tuned for the Alliance's month-long social media campaign highlighting the importance of arts in our schools, both within schools and throughout community involvement. Thank you, School Board, for all you do to support the arts in our schools. Of course, I know my voice is not the most important one here. Arts education is about the students and its power in their lives. I'm excited to have you meet two of our amazing seniors in the arts and our Sarasota County Schools Middle School Teacher of the Year. Now let's welcome Venice High School senior and all-state music student, Cole Duncan, who will begin his remarks with a short performance on the oboe. Joining Cole tonight for support are his mom, his band director, Preston Ridgel, and Venice High's assistant principal, Rosemary Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Cole Duncan. I play the oboe at Venice High School. What you just heard was an excerpt from the Vaughan Williams Oboe Concerto. This piece is one of the pieces I used to audition for colleges. I am proud to say that I will be attending Stetson University on a full ride for oboe performance. I have been playing oboe for 7 years now, and it has helped me find a place in anywhere I have been. I moved here my freshman year, not knowing anything and starting from scratch. All I had was band. I joined band and thrived. I met so many people and found the place that I belonged. I became drum major my junior and senior year of the Marching Indians, showing the immense growth I made in the community. I also had the incredible opportunity this year to participate in All-State. This is my 3rd year participating. All-State is basically all the best musicians in the state all come together to play professional level literature for the weekend. It is a blast, and you learn so much. It is such an honor to achieve something like this. Sure, I worked my butt off and practiced daily for months, but it's all worth it in the end. I also serve as the principal oboist of the Sarasota Youth Orchestra. This is an orchestra that consists of musicians from all over South Florida. Music has given me a place, and I couldn't be more grateful. The impact it has had on my life has been incredible, and I'm sure most of my fellow musicians can agree with me. Arts in the schools are so important because it teaches you important social skills, work ethics, and even how to use both sides of your brain. Music is an all-around teacher that enriches the minds of students every day. Music is my safe place, and I'm sure it's everyone else's too. Thank you for having me today.
Thanks, Cole. Now you have the pleasure of hearing from the Sarasota County Schools Middle School Teacher of the Year, Haley Brown. She teaches both visual art and theater at Pineview, and she's happy to be supported tonight by her principal, Dr. Stephen Covert.
Hi, my name is Haley Brown, and I'm currently working at Pineview as the middle school art and high school theater teacher. I began dancing at the age of 2 and was in my first theater performance by the age of 4. My teachers were devoted to the arts and pushed me to grow both artistically and as a leader in my community. They pushed me to work harder, to study the work deeper, and to commit myself fully to any role that I might be in. At FSU, I was introduced to the world of scenic painting, which changed my course from on the stage to behind it. I signed up for a traditional art degree to build my skills, and then the next thing I knew, I was heading to go back into a classroom with a master's. I headed here to Sarasota to make my new home because of your flourishing art scene and a clear commitment as a community to keep them alive and well. The arts taught me to be a creative problem solver who could find unique solutions. I learned to always remain open to others' experiences and to listen, which is paramount in my ability to build relationships with my students. Within a middle school classroom, I've built an environment where students are free to explore their interests, try new things, and create. We spend a lot of time being okay with learning through our mistakes often that only they can see. I also spend a lot of time helping students find the art mediums and styles that they enjoy and are good at making. I tell kids all the time that drawing is only one type of art, and it does not have to be the type of art that they make. I don't consider myself to be a drawing teacher. Instead, I will teach my students to think and see the world through an artist's lens. When I show them my self-portraits, my students often agree with my ethos. In my 8th grade class, I ask my kids to create their own body of work in a style and technique that interests them. This often requires them to troubleshoot on their own when they have questions, as the class is not working towards a standardized activity. Each of these lessons is great in an art room, sure, but wonderful in real life where they're invited to try new things, know that failing is a part of learning, and they can find their own solutions to problems, and they're more creative as a thinker than they originally thought. These skills will follow them long after they've left our hallowed halls. These are the same lessons and skills that I learned that allowed me to be the teacher that I am today. Every single day as we create, I learn more from my students and grow as their teacher. Working in the arts allows me to feel like I'm being challenged, both creatively, in my own work, and with my students. I'm able to spread the love of the arts to a new generation, allowing them to feel inspired in a world in which we live and become makers of ideas, stories, and beauty. I would say that the arts are what makes us the most human, and it's my honor to share that love in all that I do. The arts are a space where both my students and I can explore who we are and how we exist in our communities and how we can be the butterfly's wing that changes the world. And for those of you who are no longer walk within the school's corridors, I invite you to stay immersed in the arts. See a theater production, local, collegiate, or professional. Take in a ballet, be seen at the opera. Explore the local art museums and artisan shops. Sign up for an adult learning class at the Suncoast Technical, or make crafts at home. The one thing I know for sure as the sun rises and the sun sets is that the arts are always open to all, and everyone can find a home in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, for being such a great representative of all of our amazing arts teachers this evening. Your passion for the arts is truly inspiring to everyone. Wrapping up our presentation tonight is Ayla Mulak, a senior in the Booker High School VPA program. Ayla will treat us to a song, A Way Back to Then, from Title of Show, followed by some closing remarks. Thank you for giving us the chance to shine a spotlight on the arts this evening. Ayla is joined here by her mom, her theater teacher, Sunny Smith, assistant principal, Greg Rumpf, and proud principal, Dr. Rachel Shelley. Ayla?
Dancing in the backyard, Kool-Aid mustache and butterfly wings, hearing Andrea McCardle sing from the hi-fi in the den. I've been waiting my whole life to find a way back to then. I aimed for the sky, a 9-year-old can see so far. I'll conquer the world and I'll be a star. I'll do it all by the time I'm 10. I would know that confidence if I knew way back to then. So I bailed on my hometown and became a college theater dork. I was eastbound and down, moving to New York. So I crammed my life in a U-Haul to find my part of it all. But the mundane sets in. We play by the rules and plow through the days. The years take us miles away from the time we wondered when we'd find a way back to then. And when you least expect, opportunity walks through the door. You suddenly connect with the thing that you forgot that you'd been looking for. And there you are, right in the middle of what you love, with the craziest of company. You're having a killer time in being who you wanted to be in this world. You're that little girl with her wings unfurled, flying again. As I walked through the gates of Booker High School for the very first time as a freshman, I had absolutely no idea what to expect. Nervously picking at my fingernails and fidgeting, I made my way to some tables where I was met with unfamiliar but friendly faces and instantly connected. Through self-choreographed dance pieces, after-school hangouts, and numerous shared moments in Booker theater shows, these students became the best friends I've ever had. My time in the VPA theater department has been nothing short of an adventure filled with love and passion for the arts and for each other, as it is not just about the intense training that makes the program special. Being in a class of ambitious, talented, theater-loving students, I have been driven and watched my peers and myself blossom into young adults ready to navigate college. While we're all very different from when we first started, we can always find a way back to then. The arts at Booker have allowed me to branch out of my comfort zone, meet new people, and do what I love most, perform. I've had a multitude of opportunities to acquire skills in singing, acting, and dancing, which has aided me in preparing for college and my desired career. I've gained essential social skills that assist me in non-theatrical settings too. Being in VPA theater has opened many opportunities to connect and learn from Broadway veterans and working professionals, for example, award-winning actress Andrea McCardle, who originated the title role of Annie on Broadway. These experiences are invaluable. I also discovered VPA Music's Category 5, a pop rock band, which I am the lead singer of. All of this has helped me to grow into myself with the support of my educators and friends. I would not change my Booker experience for the world, and I only hope that it continues to grow and nurture young and aspiring artists. Thank you for your dedication to supporting the arts for all students in our district, and I'm wishing you a wonderful Arts in Our Schools month.
Cole Duncan, Ayla Mullah, and teacher extraordinaire Haley Brown. Let's give them another round of applause. Extraordinary talent and great opportunities in our school system, and we are thankful to have you with us this evening. Now looking to our student representatives, it's an opportunity to hear from Brenda Smith and from Northport High, as well as Sophia Woodbury from Suncoast Polytech. And we'll start out with Miss Brenda Smith. If you'd like to share a little bit about yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Brenda Smith, and I go to Northport High School. I am in the ACE program at Northport. I'm on the track team, cross country, and the DeFi club. I'm really excited for my future in college, and I feel that Northport has prepared me very well for what I'm going to do in the future. I want to be a pediatric travel nurse, and excited to pursue my dreams, as I've always wanted to be that. And I feel like all the education, all the support that I've gotten from the staff, the teachers, my friends, and the whole environment has been very, very sufficient, and I just really like it a lot, and I'm glad that I have this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Smith. And now Sophia Woodbury, please.
Hi, my name is Sophia Woodbury, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. There, I'm in the engineering CTE, or Career and Technical Education program. I'm also the president of my school's robotics team and student council. After high school, I plan on going to college for electrical engineering, and I'm really grateful for the hands-on education that Polytech has given me.
Wow. We would like to thank you both for serving as our student representatives this evening and wish you the very best of luck, although I don't think either one of you are going to need luck. You're going to do quite well. Thank you. Superintendent Connor, the superintendent's report, please.
Well, after that, I think we should just go ahead and close the meeting.
I agree.
What a wonderful reminder for the decisions that are made here, to see the impact of what it does to our students each and every day, and for the arts. Just know we are 100%, this board, this superintendent, this team, this community is behind the arts, and we're fully invested in that. Great job, everyone. All right, we're going to go ahead and my report today will start with a consent agenda highlight. Item number 19 is a revision to a job description for our literacy coaches. You're going to see several job descriptions on this board agenda tonight, board and public, as I conclude 7 months in the position, moving into 8 months. I've had time to go through the transition plan, execute on those initiatives, begin to learn everything there is to know. I still have lots more to learn, but a lot about Sarasota County Schools. And I thank the board in phase 1, where we restructured very early on to set things up for success, and that has been tremendously helpful. As we look to phase 2 of where we're headed, and as we create our strategic plan and begin to solidify our metrics, our measures of success, and our initiatives for our strategic plan, comes a second phase of restructuring that includes many of the job descriptions that you see here on the agenda tonight. So we have some revised ones on the consent agenda, and we have some new ones on new business tonight. This literacy coach has been revised. Right now, we did pilot this year K-3 literacy coaches. And according to our FAST data, we need to continue to focus on literacy. It is a major priority for this board and for myself to improve proficiency in reading. And so we're looking to ensure that with the revised job description that we are targeted in the supports that we're providing to deliver on the initiatives of improving literacy in our district. So looking forward to that tonight. We want to congratulate our School-Related Employee of the Year, Stacy Ladden-Para from Riverview High School, who is the administrative assistant to the principal, and she was recognized and was awarded a 2-year lease on a 2024 Ford Bronco, thanks to Sarasota Ford. So we congratulate, and we had a lot of other sponsors, and I know we had Tandem in construction. We had a lot. I hate that I'm probably going to miss a few of them tonight, but we thank all of our sponsors for that event. It was a great event to recognize 53 of our school-related employees of the year at each school, and Ms. Ladden-Para will serve as our district school-related employee, and thanks for all that she does. We want to recognize students from our Sarasota Military Academy Rifle team for achieving a remarkable milestone. We had several students there who placed in the JROTC Individual Regional Championship, the Junior Olympic Rifle Championship, and the first round invites. Congratulations to the students there at Sarasota Military Academy. Also want to recognize a couple of our schools for being on the list of U.S. News Best High Schools, ranked on 6 factors on their performance for the state assessment and how well they prepare students for college. And of the Florida ranked high schools, Pineview ranked 2nd and 13th nationally. Suncoast Polytech ranked 36, Riverview ranked 88, and Venice ranked 163. So congratulations out of 18,000 schools. That's very good. Want to remind our community of the ESC Agency Fair on March 28th from 4:30 to 6:30 at STC on Beneva Road. Come out to learn more about the agencies and organizations providing resources, services, and support for our students who are exceptional students in education. And I want to make an announcement about a fundraiser that we are doing this week. It actually is running out through all this week. It is called our Serve Our Community Week. We have students who are obviously financially burdened, families that are financially burdened, and sometimes that impacts food insecurities, right? And we have students who fall behind in their lunch debts. And so we want to make sure that we are doing everything as a community to help support all of our students who may be in need. And so we're running this fundraiser, and the goal is to raise $35,000. That is our current lunch debt. We know that some of those debts may be just students who haven't refilled their accounts, but we also are very attuned, and we work very closely with families to ensure that students who truly are in need and have financial burdens and are struggling to make ends meet, that we're working with them to ensure that they're being fed daily. But if you want to help out in eliminating that $35,000, we're running this fundraiser throughout this week. And so the information can be found on our website and on our social media. And all the money that is raised goes all to lunch debt. So even if we pay off this $35,000, we're going to continue to hold that as things continue to increase beyond that later on in the year or maybe next year. All of this funding, no matter what the amount, will be dedicated to helping families in need to pay off lunch debt until it is exhausted. So thank you. Just a reminder that the Florida prepaid open enrollment does close on April 30th. And no school. No school this Friday. It is a teacher professional day, so teachers, yes, you do have to come to school, but students are out, and there is no school and the district offices will be closed the week of March 11th through the 15th for spring break. Much needed, and we're looking forward to the time off, and I hope you enjoy your spring break. Okay. And just a reminder, from March 1st throughout this month to April 1st is the athletic choice window. And we do have a release date for our next podcast, which is March the 7th, and it will be on mental health, the topic of mental health. So we're looking forward to episode 2 of our new In Tune podcast. And that is it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. This evening, for Hearing of Citizens, we have 57 cards that have been submitted, and I'd like to welcome you to the Hearing of Citizens segment of our meeting. This forum allows the community to engage with the school board on matters concerning our education system. Your insights are vital to our educational decisions. As we proceed to this segment, I would like to outline some important expectations to ensure that an orderly and constructive meeting about the business of the board occurs. All speakers should have submitted a completed comment card before this segment. Speakers will be called by Board Member Enos in the order received. Each speaker will state their full name and shall confine their remarks to the business of the school board. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. A timer will signal when 1 minute remains. Please conclude promptly when the timer ends. Please address your comments to the board, not to the audience. We expect all remarks to be delivered in a manner consistent with school board policy. Abusive language, personal attacks, or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Please direct any personal grievances or personal issues in writing to the school board office. Audience members are requested to listen quietly and respectfully. Outbursts, applause, or other interruptions that disrupt the meeting are not acceptable. Any person that interferes with the expeditious or orderly process of this meeting, after first being warned that such continued interference will result in removal, will be removed. We appreciate your cooperation, and let's begin with our first speaker.
All right, first up is Nancy Harris, and on deck is Alex Lieberman.
Welcome, Ms. Harris.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Nancy Harris. I am a resident and taxpayer in the city of Sarasota, and also a former public school administrator for 40 years. So I know your jobs are very difficult, have sat with boards for 40 years, and it's a lot of work. As you are all aware, all children living in the United States, and most especially here in Sarasota, have the right to a free public education, and the Constitution 14th Amendment requires all kids to be given equal educational opportunity, no matter their race, religion, ethnicity, or sex, or whether rich or poor, citizen or non-citizen. The Bill of Rights encapsulates the fundamental rights including freedom of religion, free speech, and therefore, white supremacy and Christian nationalism have no place in the Board of Education of the Sarasota Public Schools. A pluralistic, multiracial, and multicultural public school system must be the board's goal. It has been a pleasure to see the support of Black History Month, now the arts, which brings so much diversity to our whole city and county. This brings me to my concern about the board's consideration to approve the for-profit charter school before you this evening. I urge you to vote no and deny the Sarasota Preparatory Academy application. Focus instead on continuous improvement under the direction of the superintendent. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Alex Lieberman, and then Christy Carwat.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Lieberman, and I am a freshman who attends a Sarasota County public school. I could be studying for my biology quiz right now, but I'm not. I'm here because I think it's important to keep money meant for public education in public education. Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy will pull money, potentially millions, from public education. Additionally, quote, privatization programs often increase the divide between rich and poor, transferring public tax dollars away from inclusive community schools to exclusive schools to the benefit of wealthier families, unquote, according to Save Our Schools Arizona Network. In times of highly polarized political beliefs and increasingly internet-based communication, in-person coexistence and diverse interactions could not be more important. Thus, it is vital to vote against the Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. Thank you for your time, everyone, and board.
Thank you.
Christy Carwat, and then on deck is Rana Bazzini.
Good evening, Superintendent Connor and School Board. I'm Christy Carwat, a former parent, recently retired high school teacher, and public school advocate. I am here tonight to ask each and every one of you a question. My question is, what do you believe your role is as a member of the Sarasota County School Board? From what I have observed over the past couple of years, I have been able to draw the following conclusions about what three of you believe. It is evident that Mr. Edwards believes his role is to advocate for all students and families in our district, and to ensure our schools provide the best and safest educational experience possible. Furthermore, it is evident that Mr. Edwards wants to safeguard our public school tax dollars and ensure they are used wisely and used for the education of public school students. It is also evident that Mrs. Ziegler believes her role is to advocate for school choice for all families, whether they have children attending public, charter, or private schools. I have no problem with her doing this in her capacity as a private citizen. After all, what she does privately is her own business, as it should be for everyone. However, I do have a problem with her using her position as a public school board member to advocate for using public school dollars for private schools and for profit charter schools. If one is on the board of an organization, whether it is a nonprofit organization or a for-profit company, what is expected to represent the interest of the said organization? In this case, it is the Sarasota County Public Schools. A person who supports spending public school funds on private education via a voucher or on a for-profit charter school is neglecting her responsibility as a public school board member. She is not serving the best interests of the organization to which she is pledged to serve. It is also evident that Mrs. Ziegler, along with Mrs. Rose, believes her role as a member of the school board is to promote a political agenda. According to greatschools.org, one sign of an ineffective school board member is using, and I quote, His position on the school board is an opportunity to put forth political agenda with little relevance to student achievement. Our public schools should not be any board member's political arena or pathway for political gain. It is time to move on from this and to focus on what is best for this public school district, and that certainly isn't a for-profit charter school. I will end with another quote from greatschools.org.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Bazzini, and then on some of these, please forgive my pronunciation. So it looks like Jason Champion.
My name is Ronna Bazzini, and I'm a resident of Sarasota. Good evening, everyone. Whether or not Mrs. Ziegler resigns or the charter school's application is confirmed or denied, the real issue will remain. The movement to dismantle and/or privatize public education is alive and well. The seed was planted back in 1971 in the Powell Memorandum. Some of you may remember Dr. Asplin's parting words, "Get the politics out of education." I'm afraid those were said too late. Education has become a political issue. Florida may be the hub. Groups like Moms for Liberty, whose mission is to privatize public education, managed to get several of their members elected to school boards. I believe they may have originated someplace around here. People started waking up. They saw what was happening. I just hope it's not too late. Sarasota has the reputation of being an A-rated school. Our teachers and students have accomplished amazing things. The presentations earlier was a great example. If those students were groomed, I'll take it any day. We are very lucky that we have a superintendent, Mr. Connor, and our administration is aware of a lot of the things that are going wrong. Are some students left out? Yes. Are some things wrong? Yes. But we address that, and we're trying to address this. If Tallahassee keeps passing laws preventing this and taking funds and jurisdiction away, none of this can be accomplished. Perhaps we should have less focus on these distractions, as relevant as they may be, and more focus not just on school board elections, but the general election. Democracies cannot function without an educated population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Champion, and then August Ray.
Welcome, Mr. Champion.
Hello, good to see you. Nice to see you, Superintendent. Thanks for being here. I was 19 years old when I got the message that Matthew Shepard had been tied to a fence and brutally beaten simply because of his sexual orientation. His death sparked a national conversation about the importance of tolerance, acceptance, and the need to confront the darkness of discrimination. His mom, Judy Shepard, which I personally know, has worked tirelessly with presidents, Democrat and Republican, to get the Hate Crimes Prevention Act passed. This law has protected not only the LGBT community, but also women and African Americans. It seemed to have worked quite well until you, Ms. Ziegler. Fast forward to the present day, and we find ourselves mourning another young life lost, Nex Benedict. We now live in a society that you have helped curate that is hateful and intolerant. It is heartbreaking to witness the tragedy that has unfolded within our community because of this dumb Don't Say Gay bill. The blood is on your hands, and we have allowed history to repeat itself, and it must stop before another life and another family is destroyed. Board, audience, everyone watching, it is crucial that you continue to educate yourselves about importance of the diversity and inclusion. Bridget, you started this, and you're the only one that can help fix this. Get out of the way so we can get back educating our children.
August Ray and Deborah Hayes.
Welcome, August Ray.
Thank you. Hello, my name is August Ray, and I'm a senior at Sarasota High School. And after hearing the comments from the last meeting asking whether there are any students being harmed, I have just one question. Can you hear me? Is my mic on? Am I speaking clearly? Because we've been here and we've been telling you over and over again how you are harming us. Through your name change policy, through your undermining of public education, through your destruction of student trust in faculty by requiring staff to out queer and trans students to their parents, through the hateful rhetoric you share, and through your poorly disguised apathy to the students of this district. To see you, week after week, blatantly ignoring the students you were elected to serve, and to see you pretend like no students are being harmed after we've been telling you otherwise is straight gut churning. So once again, I ask the board, can you hear me? Is my mic on? And are you listening carefully?
Thank you.
Deborah Hayes, and then Lisa Schur.
Good evening. My name is Deb Hayes. I'm a retired long-term administrator of this district, and tonight I'm speaking about the charter school application on the agenda. It was decades ago when I was introduced to a new concept of charter schools. In those days, a charter school application was submitted by a passionate group of local parents, community members, and organizations that wanted to try something new in education with a smaller group of students. Volunteer boards were made up of individuals who knew the community well and were engaged to provide expertise in guiding the direction of the school. They had huge support from the communities that they would be serving. Those were the days of Sarasota School of Arts and Sciences, Sarasota Military Academy, Student Leadership Academy of Venice, and others that were born out of a love of this community and a desire to try to meet certain students' needs in a unique way. They were held to the same standards as any other public school and often generated very positive results not only for themselves but for the district. Maybe I was naive, but I never remotely imagined charter school factories, which mass-produce charter schools that can make enormous sums for their for-profit management companies. I probably should have seen the future, but I really believe that our public school education system would be strong enough to keep a profit motive out of the educational arena. Duh. The ultimate result has been less dollars to the district's traditional schools and transfers of great wealth to a few private company stakeholders. That's just not right. This application was not submitted by a group of local passionate parents and community members, but by a corporation. There's not even one letter of support from the community. There's no real documentation supporting a need for the school. And the board applying for the charter holds only virtual meetings. And those meetings contain all 12 schools that the board is responsible for, and they average about 50 minutes each. If this school is added to the mix, that would be 13 in 50 minutes. That's about 3.8 minutes per school. During that time, by statute, the board is to allow public comment, oversee the school's finances, ensure high student achievement, attend to the specific needs of a school, and they are to evaluate the functioning of the management company. There's really no doubt in my mind that the board will probably approve this application tonight. But I believe the board owes taxpayers of this community a full accounting of how their tax dollars end up in real estate and other assets owned by private companies and individuals. I would like to see a board's legislative agenda address some of these concerns on these issues and others voiced by your
Thank you very
constituents.
much.
Lisa Schur, and then R. Lee Beekler.
My name is Lisa Schur. I'm one of the co-founders of Support Our Schools. I live in the district, and I have a child who graduated. I wanted to bring the board's attention to something that I know Superintendent Connor knows about because he was there. I had the privilege of being a judge at the recent science fair, courtesy of Marjorie Peters, and it was such an incredible event. I hope that you're going to have those kids here one of these days and recognize and acknowledge what they did. I am most assuredly not smarter than a fifth grader. Thank you, Superintendent, for discussing the Sarasota County Schools Serve Our Community Week fundraiser. Support Our Schools has donated $1,500 to this action, and we are asking our members and the community to come together and match or hopefully exceed our contribution. what's amazing is that if this school board, particularly you, Mrs. Rose, hadn't wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on needlessly firing a superintendent and needlessly redistricting, we could have paid this $35,000 many times over. Sad. We urge the school board to reject the application of For-Profit Charter Schools USA's application for the Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. I'm not going to go into all the details because I know many people will do that. And you had a subject matter expert who I know has written to you, and we've also written to you with the reasons why this should not happen. Last but not least, as Mr. Champion mentioned, we've had another young person bullied and who died. When I look at this picture of this person, do you know what I see, Mrs. Ziegler? I see my daughter. I see your daughters. I see the children of everybody in this audience. Had you not been so hell-bent on climbing up the backs of children, this would not be happening. You have blood on your hands. Thank you.
Next is R. Lee Beekler, and then followed by Jules Rain, or it's Rainey. Rain.
Welcome, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Beekler. I'm a Sarasota resident. I'm here to express my deep concern about the current state of the school board and our community's reputation amid the continued and confounding presence of Ms. Ziegler. I have relatives all over the country, from Idaho and California to Wisconsin and North Carolina, and places in between. They are asking what in the world is going on in Sarasota. And who is this person, Ms. Ziegler, who is staining the area's reputation? This is my answer. I explained that she is a duly elected board member. Elected, however, with a near 33% turnout. So by no means representative of the entire community. Voter apathy may have put her on the board. Having demonstrated little sincere interest in the welfare of all of Sarasota's children or educators, instead she's using her position to advance a national political presence. In other words, her presence is a convenient political platform. Unfortunately, the shenanigans you've heard have tarnished not only her reputation, but also that of her family, the board, the county, and even the state. It is unprincipled opportunism writ large, paid at the expense of our community's children and educators. Amazingly, the board has done little to expel Bridget after it conducted a toothless vote asking her to resign. She refused. Of course she refused. And the board did nothing further. It could ask DeSantis to fire her, as he's done notably with several other public servants. They refused. This inaction is deeply troubling, sending a message that the board is willing to overlook the damage that's been done and continues to occur. Not acceptable. But please, don't judge Sarasota on this basis. Sarasota is a caring, open-minded community. Sarasota embraces differences. That's the end of the message to my family. Bridget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Jules Rain, and then we have Nicole Walker-Ritz.
Good afternoon. My name is Jules Rain. I'm the founder of the Florida Transgender Alliance. Bridget, I'm here once again to call for your resignation from the Sarasota School Board. Your continued presence on this board is an offense to the students and families of Sarasota County Schools. According to a 2023 survey of 13,000 students by the Human Rights Campaign, more than half of LGBTQ students feel unsafe in school. 66% feel that they're going to be discriminated against for their LGBTQ identity, and 60% regularly feel thoughts of depression or anxiety in school because of how they are treated for their LGBTQ identity. Less than a month ago, a transgender student named Next Benedict was attacked and beaten by three older girls in the bathroom of his public school in Owasso, Oklahoma. Nex's mother, Sue Benedict, says Nex was the target of relentless bullying at the beginning of the 2023 school year, just months after Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt signed an anti-transgender bathroom ban into law, which required Nex to use the girls' bathroom. The day after the attack, Nex died in the hospital. Nex had experienced bullying and harassment that began when the superintendent and board of his school district began making anti-LGBTQ statements at school board meetings that are not dissimilar with the statements we have seen in Sarasota by Bridget Ziegler. Oklahoma and the Owasso School Board failed Nex Benedict, and he paid the ultimate price. In the wake of Nex's death, only a few days later, Oklahoma State Senator Tom Woods said that while Nex's death was a tragedy, quote, "We are a religious state. We are going to fight to keep that filth out of the state of Oklahoma because we're a Christian state. We're a rural state. We want to lower taxes and for people to live and work and to go to the faith they choose." Filth is how they referred to a dead transgender student. Bridget, I'm not saying you're responsible for the death of Next Benedict, but your racist, homophobic, and transphobic statements echo those of the Owasso School Board members and Senator Tom Woods. And your very presence on this board empowers bullies and actively contributes to the harassment and bullying of Sarasota school students, which puts our children's lives in danger. Should your words result in a student getting bullied, beaten, and killed, then you will have that student's blood in your hands. It's not an accident that when transphobia and anti-LGBTQ rhetoric are heard in this room, transgender and non-binary kids take the brunt of the bigotry. Board members, transgender and LGBTQ students deserve to feel safe in school, where bullying and harassment don't have the endorsement of school board members. Our students and families deserve better, and the path forward is for you, Mrs. Ziegler, to resign. I'm also here to call on the Sarasota School Board to unanimously vote to deny Charter School USA's application. School privatization is a major threat to public school education. The creation of this for-profit charter school would have disastrous effects on Sarasota public schools and would result in our children receiving a lower quality.
Thank you very much.
Nicole Walkerwitz. And on deck is Barbara Vaughn.
Hold on. Does this sound all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it sounds fine.
Today's meeting, unfortunately, is focused partially on using public funds for a new for-profit charter school. A couple weeks ago, I went up to the Florida Capitol in Tallahassee discussing my concerns with the implementation of charter schools as opposed to funding our neglected public schools, and was met with ignorance and pushback from both sides of the aisle. So, I ask you, the school board, to answer some important questions for me. As much as you may not want to admit this, as it serves as a significant blow to both Mrs. Rose and Mrs. Ziegler's rant about taking it up with Tallahassee, you are elected to interpret the intentionally vague laws written up in the Capitol and apply them to our school system. As such, here are my questions. How will you ensure the accessibility in these schools funded by taxpayer dollars that do not yet have clear-cut guidelines, seeing as setting those guidelines is your job? 2, how will you ensure that these charter schools, much like our state public schools, must test students for disabilities free of charge if it seems like they're exhibiting symptoms? 3, will this bring more teachers to Sarasota County, knowing that they will be paid less than the average public school teacher? If you can't say for sure, how will you justify more money to schools that are designed to exclude minorities such as children of color, children from low-income homes, and children with disabilities? What to you, the school board, is considered an acceptable reason for these schools to reject a student? 5, how are you planning on stopping the well-documented school-to-prison pipeline? Will the introduction of charter schools into our funding stop this, or will it exacerbate it? 6, will charter schools be forced to censor information like a lot of our public schools? Will they have a different curriculum? If they will be allowed to censor/not teach certain subjects, will you be documenting this? If they don't follow the guidelines set by this board, what will you do? 7, what exemptions are you proposing that make charter schools different from public schools? Hold on. From public schools. What exactly are you looking for from funding for-profit charter schools with our money? Will these be documented, or will we have to hear about the ugly truth from a leaked recording in one of your private meetings? 9, as was written by the Florida House of Representatives, charter schools are non-sectarian public schools that operate with a performance contract with a sponsor. What will you do to ensure that these charter schools will be centered around children as opposed to profit? How will you combat a school that does not have the same checks and balances as our public schools? How will you ensure that there is no corruption from the sponsors? Again, as written by the Florida House of Representatives, demographically, charter school student populations are very similar to traditional public school student populations, with the exemption that traditional public schools serve a larger percentage of free or reduced price lunch eligible students than charter schools. What is your plan as the Sarasota County School Board to ensure that these schools feed any hungry kids that come into the system? Take your time thinking of ways to answer all of these, but note that I am well aware that you all have the power to implement rules to make sure any and all charter schools.
Thank you.
Barbara Vaughn. On deck is Xander Moritz.
Welcome, Barbara Vaughn.
Thank you. I'm so glad, Mrs. Ziegler, to see you on the board. Please do not leave. I'm going to share something a little different with you tonight. Those of you who can't quite see this.
Mrs. Vaughn, if you could please address the board. Thank you very much.
It's 2 Chronicles, chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. That's a covenant that God made with us, his people. We're not keeping up our end of the bargain here. We need to stop doing other things at the school board meeting other than taking care of our kids. We need to be sure that our teachers are teaching in a straightforward fashion, leaving aside their personal biases. We need to be sure that CRT and DEI are no longer in our schools. We need to be sure that good teachers are hired for their expertise in their subject matter. And that is your responsibility as a board, as a superintendent. We can't do much about the mess that this country is in, but we can do a lot about what's going on in our local schools and on our school board. For one thing, you talk about getting politics out of this meeting, and yet every time I show up here, I have to park somewhere else because you've got the center petitioned off to hold some kind of circus. Well, why don't you bring a cotton candy machine and a hot dog stand, because that's what your gathering is beginning to look like, is a circus. We need to get back to the Bible. We need to get back to God's covenant with us. We need...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Vaughn. The level of respect, I won't tolerate bullying speakers.
We need...
I will empty the audience. You'll get your time, and I apologize. Please, respect each speaker. That's what you were here and asking for. Do it for everyone. Please. I apologize, Mrs. Vaughn, please. And Mrs. Tompkins, if you could make sure she gets her time.
if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin, and I will heal their land. Please, let's, as a school board, get back to school board business. Let's raise the reading level of our young students. Let's raise the math level. Those are the things we should be talking about here, not holding silly signs and making terrible remarks
Thank you.
against individuals.
Thank you very much.
Xander Moritz, and then William Harless.
Hello? Am I audible? I can never tell.
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
Thank you. Sorry. Board members, superintendent, the people that you are listening to, meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, are not paid actors. We are Sarasota students, past and present. We are parents and we are teachers begging you to remove Bridget Ziegler from this board due to the damage and distraction her presence is bringing to our families. We know that you don't have the time to meet with us all one-on-one and hear about our experiences, which is why public comment exists. It is your duty in this time not to look at your phones or your paper, but to listen to us, your constituents, and take action upon their concerns. Instead, you are ignoring your citizens, your students, your parents, and your teachers. So not because it is fun, not because we want to be here, but because it is necessary, Sarasota is building a movement to make the Sarasota County School Board better, because we all deserve better. Bridget Ziegler, you have blasted homophobic and transphobic rhetoric on this dais and across the country and on your social media. You have gay and trans students who are telling you that because you've done that, you being here makes them feel unsafe. Then it was revealed that you knew everything that you had said to make these students feel unsafe was a lie. So even if you were to have the best of intentions today, even if you wanted to do right by this board today, that opportunity is gone. There is not enough time left in your term to earn back the faith of this district, so you will spend the rest of your time on this board as an unproductive public servant. Bridget, your actions do not occur in a vacuum, and your repeated regressive lies, wherever you've told them, have made the students in your school district feel unsafe. Karen Rose, please lead this board in protecting its students and teachers by calling on Ron DeSantis to remove Bridget Ziegler. We will not hold you accountable to the outcome. We just need you to act. Not because you want to, not because you have to, but because to serve every student every day, you must. Karen Rose, your community is calling on you to support us. Thank you.
William Harless, and then Robin Williams.
Changing the battery, just give us a moment, please. Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. My name is William Harless. I'm a tax-paying Sarasota County resident and Venice High alumnus. This is my third time here, and I genuinely wish I could be anywhere else right now. You're going to hear from myself and many other speakers calling for voting against the Sarasota Classical Prep Academy, against funding for-profit charter schools, and more. Of course, I urge you to purge against these corporations who view students as dollar signs instead of pupils. After all, every student is actively being affected by your inaction. So listen to your students.
every day. Your complacency is being noted and will affect you for each day you don't take action. However, I want to pivot to something far more important. When I was a student at Venice High, I was eager to join my school's debate team. However, I had to drive to Pineview just to continue to access the opportunity to continue my passion. I even competed and won an award before I was forced to leave, as I was told I was not allowed to participate in other schools' extracurriculars. Keep in mind, there was no equivalent at Venice High School, and there wasn't an opportunity to create a debate team either. However, if this was a sports team, I was told, this would not be a problem. How can we call our schools equitable, much less equal, if we cannot provide every student with the opportunities they deserve? I was awarded over $60,000 in scholarships from local and regional nonprofits, thanks to the help of Rotary Futures. If it was not for them, I wouldn't even be able to study at the University of Miami. So my call to action is this. Why can't every school have a resource center? Why can't every single school have the opportunity to the scholarship databases that I did, to the awards that I was awarded? Why does the outcome of student success come from their own zip codes? Why are students being punished? Why are Bridget Ziegler and Karen Rose out here trying to crush the opportunities and rights of students instead of trying to promote a more equitable Sarasota County? There are so many more dire problems at hand instead of wasting money on something as silly as woke things and trying to ban books. We already have an unequal education system, and you're only furthering and creating a worse divide. So how dare you come up to us and say every student every day, when not every single student every single day is being given the same opportunities that I did? Every single student, even the most vulnerable at Title I schools especially, are not able to go through what I did, are not able to access the kinds of resources that I did. Everything that I just said is a privilege. Being able to drive to Pine School is a privilege.
Thank you.
Robin Williams, and then followed by Marianne Turley. I'm sorry, my apologies.
This is the first of a four-part presentation. The Sarasota County School Board has a very important decision to make tonight, whether to support quality education for all the children of Sarasota County. If board members agree with the premise that all Sarasota children deserve a quality education, and I believe every board member will say they do, then the board should vote to deny the application of the Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. The Sarasota District's Charter Review Committee, CRC, did a good job in analyzing the application. It raised many concerns, but even after in-person clarification with the applicants from the Florida Charter Educational Foundation and Charter School USA, many of these concerns were left unanswered. The CRC even reported that the application didn't fully meet state standards in two areas, one of them being the budget, a vitally important part of the application. Yet, the CRC, in sending it to the board, while it didn't recommend acceptance or denial, stated that the application, quote, meets all of the statutory requirements, unquote. To me, it's like a teacher giving a poorly written paper containing wrong information with literally manufactured data to prove a non-existent case, along with copy and pasted sections, a passing grade, when it really deserved an F. But before further commenting on the application, it's important for the board and the public to understand what we're actually dealing with when it comes to this application. The board shouldn't be fooled that the applicant's the nonprofit Florida Charter Education Foundation. The foundation's merely a front for Charter School USA, a for-profit charter school management corporation that's estimated to hold $1.8 billion in annual revenue. In fact, the foundation was legally incorporated by Charter School USA founder and CEO Jonathan Haig in 2007. It has the same address as CSUSA and no other contact information. The foundation, which has no employees listed, currently has a four-person board with its chair being Tampa-based Valora Cole, who calls herself an advisor to the body of Christ and says she is sought out for her prophetic voice. She and the 3 other board members all have full-time other jobs and supposedly receive no compensation from the foundation, yet are reportedly monitoring 12, soon to be 13 schools if this application is passed, and overseeing a budget of over $100 million. Haig got his start in the late 1990s when his good friend, then Governor Bush, paved the way for school privatization in Florida over the years. Charter School USA has grown into a colossal, inner-looking empire of for-profit corporations.
Thank you very much.
Mary Ann, if you would let me know, Turley or Turl?
I'm Mary Ann DeQuino Turl.
My apologies.
No problem.
Next up is Betsy Elizabeth Braden.
I'm part 2. In the Haig Empire, the most important company next to CSUSA is Red Apple Development, which is used to facilitate the construction of Haig schools. This for-profit company, with Haig as its CEO, has over the years set up hundreds of individual Red Apple limited liability corporations, each one tied to an individual charter school in the CSUSA network of 90 schools. The LLC for the Welland Park Preparatory Academy is called the Red Apple at Northport. Actually, the Red Apple at Fruitville. In many cases, this entity holds the mortgage for the school. This school then leases the property from the local Red Apple, often at exorbitant rates, with the payment going from the school to the foundation, to Red Apple, and finally to Haig. If the school fails, the property remains in CSUSA's hands. The Florida Charter Educational Foundation and its network of schools is one of the dozens of networks that Haig has set up, some smaller and some larger, but all play the same role, and all have been set up by Haig with, again, the same corporate address. It is through this empire that Haig makes his millions through schools, mostly in Florida, but also in 4 other states, all charter-friendly, and all in states with weak regulations and conflict of interest laws. CSUSA makes its fortune both through the real estate transactions and fees. In Florida, it charges 5% of a charter school's budget for school management, but there are 4 other fee charges that CSUSA can make. In addition, the foundation oversees the school contracts with different Haig vendors that service the school for IT, cleaning, maintenance, and landscaping, to name a few. CSUSA's main goal is to transfer public money into its private coffers. There are many reasons that the school board can use to legally deny the Sarasota classical application. Here are some of the leading reasons. The curriculum. The intent of Florida charter schools was nominally to provide a unique curriculum, but the Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy uses the CSUSA's boilerplate curriculum that it replicates everywhere. To make it classical, it has overlaid a so-called classical curriculum onto its standard curriculum. Furthermore, what it calls classical is in diametrical opposite of methods considered best practices in education. For example, students in grades K to 5, they propose a rote learning memorization program, which they claim is classical. The truth of the matter, which was described in the capacity interview, is that the school did indeed market research and found that classical education is popping up in popularity. Since when is education a popularity contest? Bridget, go.
Betsy Elizabeth Braden, followed by Carol Lerner.
Hi, my name is Betsy Braden, and I am part 3 of talking about Charter Schools USA application. In regard to governance, parents have very little opportunity to interact with Florida Charter School Foundation's Board of Directors. They meet usually for less than an hour, less than once a month, at a remote location and often at inconvenient times. All 12 schools under the foundation are covered in this single meeting. Parents can't get a link to watch or participate in the meeting unless they go to their child's school and watch it with the principal. Teacher salaries. CSUSA, who hires and supervises all the staff from the principal on down has not been forthcoming about the teacher salary range. According to Indeed, the consistent salary range for K through 12 full-time teacher appears to start about $47,000 and reaches a high of $58,000. In contrast, Sarasota District starts at $55,000 and goes to $69,125. One way CSUSA gets around this is by hiring uncertified teachers. The student population. Projected student population estimates for Welland Park were wildly overestimated. 615 students projected, but there were only 259, or 58% less than projected, currently attend, according to the Charter Review Committee. Likewise, the estimates for the Classical Academy are overly optimistic, especially for K through 5. The review committee was also skeptical about the claim that the student population within a 20-minute drive distance would serve 46% on free or reduced lunch, and were unable to replicate that percentage. The location. Why would anyone want to place a school that is so close to Tatum Ridge Elementary and even closer to a planned district elementary school? Did CSUSA do a study involving community leaders? In addition, the school does not plan to provide busing. Does this mean that CSUSA's intent is to cherry pick more affluent students who will likely make the school look better on standardized tests? A pattern is reflected in CSUSA's recent placement of schools in affluent neighborhoods. Special populations. Based upon reports in the press and a Clay County independent audit of the Clay Charter Academy, a part of the applicants network, it is known that CSUSA does a lousy job of educating ESE students and ESL learners. The independent audit showed that case managers were often not assigned. IEPs were written at the meeting. No progress monitoring was done for goals, and over one-third of 504 plans were overdue. For English language learners, students were not tested, records were not up to date. No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Carol Lerner, and then Thomas Babbitts.
Good evening. Carol Lerner, resident of Sarasota. Here is one very important concern about the Charter School USA budget. The Charter Review Committee was rightfully concerned about the budget. It cited not enough teachers budgeted to keep class size reasonable, too low budget percentage for salaries and benefits, a lowballing of management fees, and on and on. But what the CRC may not know, but school board members need to know, is that many of the CSUSA schools are in deficit, including the foundation itself, according to its most recent 990 report. This could worsen with drying up of COVID funds in the general state of the tax-exempt bond market, which Charter School USA has heavily used to fund its schools. Financial experts see the viability of charter schools that have utilized these bonds as, quote, shaky. Since 2011, the foundation has sold over $130 million, and that's just one network, this one little section of Charter School USA, of these risky bonds, and Florida topped the nation with $820 million in charter sales bonds in 2020 alone. But according to the Wall Street Journal, these tax-exempt bonds are, quote, low-rated and, quote, could spell trouble as investors have moved away from them to U.S. Treasury bonds at a higher interest rate. This is coupled with some schools losing enrollment numbers. Some on the Sarasota School Board may have bought into the idea that the board might as well approve the school, because if the application is denied, Charter School USA will surely appeal, and then the district would, with a near certain loss, they think, be forced to pay Charter School USA's legal fees. That type of thinking may seem pragmatic, but it means that the district has given up on the principle of quality education for all children. In the end, it will also backfire, as CSUSA and other for-profit entities like Academica will eye Sarasota as an easy yes on their application. Think of all the millions the district will lose then. That may be a strategy of the school privatization community, but it should not be the strategy of the Sarasota County School Board. Please fight for strong public schools for all by voting with your heart and your fiduciary responsibility to deny the Sarasota Classical Preparatory School application. Remember, Sarasota children should not be for profit. We urge this board to do the right thing, stand up for our students' best educational interests, along with being fiscally responsible, and reject this application. Sarasota students deserve better. You've heard that a lot today. Deny the charter school.
Thank you very much.
Thomas Babbitts, and then William DeBrow.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Babbitts. I'm a Sarasota resident and IT manager with 30 years of experience. I hope to see today a motion to allow to speak here only the resident of Sarasota County after the ID of every speaker is checked before they sign in. I also hope that you will place all Sarasota County schools related contracts under the review to make sure you don't pay more than is specified in the contract and in your budget for each project or service. I remind you and finish what I could not finish at the last meeting because I ran out of time. Booker High School renovation change order original guarantee maximum price was $3.2 million. You paid totally 18.6 million. So you must be joking. The adjusted price is not double or triple, but 6 times higher than the original. How can you manage the budget in this chaos? Unfortunately, instead of eliminating waste of taxpayers' money and working on providing more services, with correctly managed budget, some of your board members fight each other. What team or board can afford internal conflicts and to have board members who focus on each other instead of the challenges and projects they should work for? These members make the entire team less effective and less productive. In the real business world, people who are backstabbing other team members are normally quickly fired. Unfortunately, there is a person like this on your board currently. We cannot fire a school board member, but we can always ask. So, Mr. Edwards, if you care for children, their parents, teachers, and other school workers, you would resign today. This will make this board working more efficient in a friendly, productive atmosphere. Mr. Edwards, enough of backstabbing your college of the board, Ms. Ziegler. Please resign. Who would like to work with a person like you? Please resign. Ms. Ziegler, you probably have no idea how many supporters you have and how fast the support for you is growing. I was at the meeting in Northport a few days ago. Somebody mentioned your name, and you have received a standing ovation. You are doing an outstanding job, and you have our votes in every future election to county, state, or national office. You are not being attacked by concerned citizens, but by organized group with their own agenda. Ms. Ziegler, please don't give up with providing an outstanding service to our community. At the end, I want to thank the board and ask Mr. Edwards for the last time, please resign. Feel free to create another circus and walk out. Resign, Mr. Edwards. Thank you.
William DeBrow, and then Maya Mitchell.
Welcome, Mr. DeBrow.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. I'm William Dobrow, Sarasota County taxpayer voter, and I just don't have anything prepared, but I'd like to reiterate my previous request to, in order to be at this podium, that the speaker card should require photo ID, proof of Sarasota citizenship, Sarasota County, and or proof that an individual has a child going to school. We pay for the taxes, so pay for the time. I think you might be the one to look into that, so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Duggan, to see what the legalities are of that. And then I'm going to repeat my request from last time to, and I made the mistake of, I make the mistake when I used to work, I'd send out an email asking everybody who I thought could answer a question for me. And what happens is everybody thinks, okay, well, that person will take care. But I requested that that I be contacted regarding the policy regarding human trafficking, specifically child trafficking, that Sarasota County schools are implementing. And so I'm going to task Superintendent Connor with that one. And then my email address is on the speaker card. If you could shoot me an email with that, set up a meeting. I think my phone number's there too. It is real, you know. We talk about needing facilities, you know, and it is bad. You know, when we lose a life through a suicide or a hate crime, it's bad. But it's what we're not seeing that's that I see, that I know of, coming through the border, that's facilitating a lot of this horrific, unimaginable crime upon children. And, you know, with the teachers being in the schools and being able to, I don't know, spend most time with the, well, majority of the time with the children, they'd be able to perhaps identify specific signs. And if you need help, I've got experts to help. So that's about it. I was going to read the bill that they're calling the Don't Say Gay bill, which nowhere does it say don't say gay. In section 3 at the bottom of page 5, it says, bottom page 4, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 in a manner that is not appropriate or developmentally appropriate for the student.
Thank you, Mr. DeBro.
Thank you.
Maya Mitchell, and then on deck is India Miller. Maya Mitchell. Maya Mitchell. Next is India Miller. Please come to the podium. And then I believe it's either Joni Smith.
Hi, I'm India Miller. I'm here because Bridget's still here. Karen's done nothing about it. Nothing. For me, being here sucks. It truly stirs up the trauma that I've gone through having exorcisms done as a kid by my church, when I have to endure people praying and calling us horrible terms. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. You know, but the one part that I like is when you highlight the students. I loved that we celebrated an accomplishment like being accepted to West Point, which is amazing. It's such a prestigious American institution focused on preparing students to be soldiers and leaders dedicated to defending the land of the free, like my trans partner did, who can't even use a bathroom here without being arrested. I'd also like to direct you, since we're speaking about West Point, to their Combating Terrorism Center website, where they clearly identify the Proud Boys as a neo-Nazi, white supremacist terrorist organization that advocates violence. This is the same terrorist organization that's quoted directly about Bridget Ziegler as saying, "We were greatly involved in getting you not simply elected, but through the finish line with an utter blowout victory." Neo-Nazi terrorists. They personally said they received invitations to Bridget's victory party, where they posed with her flashing white power symbols. Bridget bullies LGBT people, tweets attacks on Sarasota students that support her agenda, fraternizes with Nazi terrorists, founded Moms for Liberty, an acknowledged extremist organization whose members have confronted me personally at a school board meeting inside the women's restroom asking about my private parts. She's a bully. We have photos of her in her transphobic garment. She bypasses all the rules and guidelines that are established by the rest of you. Yet you, Karen, Robin, Tim, you don't see any reason for her to be removed. You don't want to send a letter to Governor DeSantis. Robin's so out of touch and unbothered, she asked, like, how many LGBT teachers and students are complaining about the discrimination and bigotry that are truly just trying to survive without being fired or bullied or beaten for saying gay or trans. Robin, how many Jews and queer people in Germany do you think complained to the Nazis about having to wear pink triangles or Stars of David? Do you really think there were conversations that were like, going to a concentration camp seems unfair? Squish, squish. I mean, do you have any compassion, any sense of reality anymore? Karen Rose, why are you not immediately sending a letter to Governor DeSantis pleading to have this woman that everyone has said go removed from the school board? The head of the teachers union has asked her to step down. She's still here because she makes a lot of money in politics off of bashing all of us. I mean, they're praying for her as an admitted B and LGBT bisexual person.
Is it Joni Smith? And then Lola Smith.
Hi, my name is Journey Smith. I'm a member of Voices of Florida's youth chapter. Charter Schools USA is the second largest for-profit education management organization in the United States. It utilizes a predatory model that takes millions of dollars of public funding and funnels it to the founder and CEO multimillionaire Jonathan Haidt. Interestingly, Mr. Haidt doesn't seem to trust his own school system as he has opted to send his own children to private school instead. While y'all debate giving this company more taxpayers' dollars to build yet another unneeded charter school to earn Mr. Haidt more money, I thought I would remind you that you have a responsibility to the Sarasota public school system. I attend Sarasota High School. I have been late to class on multiple occasions because I had to run across the school to use the bathroom. This isn't because restrooms are not available, but because in most of the bathrooms, flushing a toilet will flood the entire room. This has been the case since I began attending. Taxpayers' dollars shouldn't be metaphorically flushed down the drain, funding Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. It should be invested in our already existing schools and students. Fix the plumbing, help teachers supply their classrooms, fill the libraries. If we have all this extra money, why are students still paying to eat lunch? Hungry students struggle to concentrate and learn. We should be focused on providing free school lunch to every student, regardless of their economic background. Y'all are here to represent the needs of students and teachers in Sarasota, not to finance a millionaire. Do better. We are not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lola Smith, and then Sally Sells.
Hello, my name is Lola Smith. I'm 13 years old, and I'm the Vice President of Voices of Florida's Youth Chapter. Today, I'm not here to talk about Bridget Ziegler or charter schools. I'm here to talk about what I learned in history class this month, during Black History Month. This month, we learned in history class that the chemical oxybenzo is toxic to coral reefs and debated the pros and cons of banning sunscreen. We spent the whole month foregoing history in history class. You know what I didn't learn about in my history class this month? Martin Luther King Jr., Claudette Colvin, Maya Angelou, Marsha P. Johnson, the Underground Railroad, Jim Crow laws. I was appalled when, in order to avoid teaching Black history, my school chose to teach no history at all for a month. We need to address the lack of inclusion of Black figures in how we teach American history during Black History Month and every other month. You should all be ashamed. Stop focusing on banning books and building charter schools and get back to teaching kids real history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sally Sells. Sally Sells, then Julie Forstier.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sally Sells. I'm the mother of a fifth grader in the Sarasota County School District, even though I live in Manatee County. Well, here we all are again at the Sarasota County School Board Circus with the national spotlight upon us once more. I usually talk about Miss Ziegler and ask her to step down, point out her hypocrisy, and the many reasons why she should do the right thing for our kids, for her kids, and the community. And while I absolutely still wholeheartedly believe the right thing for you to do is to step down, I would like to address a couple of different issues today. I could not attend the last school board meeting because I'm a working mother and the 3 o'clock meetings are virtually impossible for me to attend. But I did, however, listen to some of it on YouTube, and a lot of people sent me the clip at the end of the meeting, which leads me to ask you, Miss Marinelli, are you even here when we meet? I know I see you physically here, But are you mentally here? Are you listening to the speakers at all? Week after week, I've heard students bravely speak up about the policies and the words spoken at these meetings and how it has affected them. Do you think if they haven't made a formal complaint that it doesn't exist? They are here. They have spoken. Open your eyes and open your ears. The same goes for your question about teachers. I can 100% assure you that teachers are struggling and they are afraid. There is a lot of hostility coming their way, and I'm in disbelief that you cannot see it. The second thing I wanted to talk about is branding. The right are absolutely brilliant at branding. The left, well, the left just plain suck at it. Let's look at the right. They use words like pro-life. I mean, who isn't for life? They use words like freedom, liberty, parental choice, parental rights, school choice, and vouchers. All of these things on the surface sound great. But if they had named the voucher system something along the lines of rich people taking money out of the school system to send their children to private schools they are already attending and financially harming our public education and therefore crippling the education system, or words to that effect, I'm sure most people would speak up against them. The problem we have is most parents, myself included, barely know if we are coming or going and just do not have the time or the wherewithal to really look into what is going on. Most people, again myself included, are just exhausted, and that is how extremists win. They wear us down. As that's the case, I implore the public to just follow the money. There is a massive money grab going on for our tax dollars to fund already wealthy people. Follow the money and see how much Charter Schools USA donates to politicians. Follow the money to see how it affects Ms. Ziegler and her mother-in-law. Follow the money. The government is one of the most consistent ways hedge funds and other entities make money. They do it with healthcare, with Medicaid and Medicare, and they are trying to do it with our education via vouchers and charter schools. Charter School USA is a for-profit corporation and has no right to our tax dollars. If you want to have a Christian-leaning education for your children, then start your own private school, send your kids to private school, but keep your greedy little hands off our public education dollars. With about a 35% failure rate for charter schools, I'm asking you to please deny the charter school application. And Ms. Ziegler, I haven't forgotten you. Step down, go away, let our community heal.
Julie Forstier, then James Rockwell.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I find myself here back again because our school board is still being held hostage. And because it's our children's lives that are at stake, we will keep coming back until something changes. Mrs. Ziegler, you have used your school board position as a political platform and built your entire political career on the backs of our children. Shame on you. We are not going to forget what you have done, and we are not going anywhere. Let's face it, there is no coming back from this. So now you have a choice. You can choose to stay and hold on to your last bit of power. You can continue to be the laughingstock and continue to detract from our school district. You can continue to give us ammunition against yourself and against the other school board members who have supported your policies as we continue to talk to national media and pivot your disgrace into a platform that we can use to grow our movement. Or, Mrs. Ziegler, you can still gracefully resign. It's not too late. We will all applaud your bravery. We will acknowledge that it is not an easy situation you found yourself in, but that ultimately you did the right thing. Please give us our school board back and prove to us that you are not the self-centered, power-hungry, self-interested person who you've made yourself out to be. Please, I want to be proven wrong so badly. But since I doubt that that will happen, I'm going to pivot to the rest of the school board tonight because it wasn't Bridget alone who was able to get all these harmful policies passed. It takes intentionality on the part of the other board members to enable Bridget's policies to be accepted and implemented. What that means is that anyone who voted with Bridget or complicitly went along with the harmful policies that Bridget advocated for is also guilty. Yes, I'm looking at you, Mrs. Rose. I want to specifically talk about you. The first school board meeting that I ever attended was the Vermillion one, and I watched as you were the lone school board member to vote with Bridget in favor of Vermillion after 2 consecutive meetings, each with 4 hours of public comment, of person after person almost exclusively coming up to comment about almost exclusively by community members who showed up and articulated why Vermillion was a terrible idea, and you still voted for it. The more digging I did and learned about things like how you made the motion to fire Brennan Asplin, the more clear it became that your loyalty lies with Bridget, not with our students. To all the school board members, we are watching the way you vote tonight on this charter school application and always, and are ready to vote
Thank
for
you
a more
very much.
inclusive and
Thank you.
representative school board.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
James Rockwell, and then Shannon Clement.
Welcome, James Rockwell.
Hello. They say that Bridget Ziegler is the hypocrite, but she is not so much the hypocrite. She is not advocating for anything, saying that people are not allowed to have their own sexual orientation, or allowing any policy that allows for the harassment of students that are of some other sexual orientation. What she is asking for is what is and what is not allowed to be taught in schools. And people might say it's your First Amendment right to have pornography. Well, if it is, then it's your right to have it in your own privacy, not to bring it in to show other little children. If you did, you would be arrested for pedophilia. In the same manner, the parents have the right to decide what can or cannot be taught to their children, and if they are opposed to it, they have the right to not allow that. Thank you. That's everything.
Thank you.
Shannon Clement, and then Stephen Gofanti.
Shannon Clement, I am the parent of an SCS student. When I was around 6, I walked into the kitchen to get a snack and interrupted a conversation my mother and the youngest of my older sisters, herself around 16, were having about Boy George. It was circa 1983, and Culture Club's popularity brought with it speculation over George's sexuality. Whether he was gay was the subject of debate at my kitchen table. I unequivocally exclaimed with the confidence of any well-educated first grader that he was gay. My mom, curious, asked if I knew what gay meant. Of course, I said. It means happy, and proceeded to bound off with my snack in hand while my mother chuckled. I look back on the last 40 years and marvel at the progress and evolution of humanity. How the AIDS epidemic that started around that same time in the early 80s illuminated the stigma and inequalities still being experienced within the queer communities. How it took until 2015 for those who are gay to be legally recognized in marriage. To how anyone can now live openly, proudly, and authentically as themselves, ostensibly without fear. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. LGBTQIA youth are still 4 times more likely to attempt suicide, and seeing as suicide as the second leading cause of death amongst those 10 to 14 behind gun violence, with queer youth is significantly more affected, particularly if they're an individual of color, I would say harm is still being done and more strides are needed. Mrs. Marinelli, at the last meeting, you asked Superintendent Connor to inquire if any students have been harmed. Yet the evidence of that has repeatedly stood at this very podium and shared not only the stories of their peers, but also their own experiences. Several students from Sarasota County schools have stood here courageously and vulnerably, sharing their stories of how they have been negatively impacted by legislation spearheaded by the likes of Mrs. Ziegler. Yet you obviously have not been listening, nor are you listening to me now. I would like your attention, please, ma'am. Please hold my time until Mrs. Marinelli is actually paying attention to the speaker.
That's not going to occur. You're welcome to your 3 minutes.
Oh, that's lovely. You, as well as a few others, have also stated in this chamber that, and I'm paraphrasing, queer and trans didn't happen in my day. I beg to differ, as though you might not have seen it, which I fear is far more indicative of your inability to garner the trust of those you were tasked to assist. Those who are gay, queer, and non-binary have existed for as long as humanity has. Some examples: the goddess Inanna in Mesopotamia was believed to have the ability to change one's gender, and her priests often fluctuated between male, female, and non-binary. Many indigenous cultures worldwide often elevate those who embody the equal forms of the masculine and feminine, and Louis XIV's brother Philip, Duke of Orleans, likely would have been executed for his lifelong relationship to the Chevalier de Lorraine and his propensity to wear the clothes of and act like a woman, were it not for his military prowess and the sheer privilege of his birth. To state that something didn't exist because you didn't have the direct experience, or more aptly, because those who identified as anything other than heterosexual were required to hide or oppress themselves to fit into the limited lens of a societal binary until the last few decades or so, is not only ignorant but disingenuous. One cannot advocate for every child every day when one refuses to believe the proof of their eyes and ears. You need to open yours wider.
Stephen Gafanti, followed by Linda Weinrich.
Welcome, Dr. Gafanti.
Gosh, I guess I gotta sneak down here. That'll be, first of all, I've been listening to this audience, and it seems that the politics is in the gallery, not on the board. Secondly, thank you, because kids don't vote and kids don't donate. But they do need to learn to read, they need math, they need science, and the more you focus on that, the better the kids will be. I don't really think it's your job to figure out who the kids are having sex with or what they're, that's the groomer's job, but it's not yours.
Point of order.
So, Bridget, you have been a leader for children since you came on, gosh, was it 12 years ago? 10? And that's really what you need to be doing. I think you're doing a great job, and I think the Democrats don't like it, right? I mean, you won, they lost, so they're here to complain. And go ahead and listen to them complain, but please keep your focus on the academics, because that matters to everybody, no matter who they're having sex with. Thank you.
Linda Weinrich, and then Marjorie Peter.
Welcome, Ms. Weinrich.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've been here, and I just wanted to commend you on the progress you've made on your plans and how you're moving along different things. It is a very difficult job that you have, especially if you have political rallies in your parking lot every time you come to a meeting, and people that want to talk about their sex lives more than they want to talk about anything else. I am very much for improving education and having very high standards, and I don't feel that people should come here to judge anybody. And those who, feel otherwise, I just want to say, God says not to judge because those who judge will be judged. That's what he says. And, we all make mistakes. Hopefully we learn from the mistakes and we learn how to get along with other people and to be gracious in our day-to-day efforts. I think the board has had a big job to do, that you still have a big job. And I've watched a lot of what you've done. I'm not, usually around to be a pep rally or anything like that. I've differed with people on some things. Charter schools are not that bad. One of my nephews went to a charter school. He had a little bit of autism, and it was amazing how he blossomed at that school because they had smaller numbers and they could spend time with him. And he is quite talented now on the computer and can do like ads, commercials. And he's amazing at what he does. I couldn't believe, what he learned at the school and how patient he is to do these things. I feel that there's room for every type of school that there is, and there's many different opinions in our community. If we really believe in freedom of people being able to speak and to make decisions on their own, then we shouldn't be always judging everybody else. We need to spend time judging our own selves against standards that we set where we can improve and do better. And, I hope our young people will continue to have these high standards that I see them saying of what they want to do, what they want to achieve. I'm very impressed with that. And I think there's a lot of good things in the schools going on right now, and I know you all are working very hard at it. You don't get the respect that you deserve. I'm always upset when I hear somebody come here and say, oh, I'm a retired school teacher, but then they start to say terrible things and even swear words or, talk about having bad books. There's so many good books. We don't have to get bad books. My question is, do you have the #1 best-selling book of all times in your libraries? And that's the Word of God. He's the creator, he made us, and he gave us an owner's manual about how to live, to have blessings from him and prosperity and peace in our lives. And I did hear in the parking lot as I was waiting.
Thank you.
Well, never mind.
Thank you very much.
Marjorie Peter, and then Sebastian Martinez.
Welcome, Marjorie Peter.
Superintendent, Madam Chair, board members, my name is Marjorie Peter, a resident since '87 and the parent of 3 boys who graduated many, many years ago from the district schools. I ask you to remember, it's not your money. You are stewards of school district money. But let's suppose even if you were investing on your own, would you invest in a business because that's what Charter Schools USA is? Would you fund a bricks and mortar operation without a secure location? If it was your own money, would you invest in something that achieved only a 42% success rate of its first-year goal? Because that's what happened at Welland Park. Would you invest in a school that doesn't provide busing? Because is it your belief that lower-income students shouldn't be provided access to a classical education? Because typically, aren't those the students who rely on the busing? Mr. Haig's 4 children do not attend any of his charter schools, and I'm willing to bet it's not due to the lack of busing. Perhaps it's due to the fact that over 40% of the teachers are not certified in the subject assigned to them, with many of them lacking any certification. So, members of the board, month after month, you assure us that your goal, and it is hard, I don't want your job. You assure us that your goal is to provide safe schools, serve our students and staff, and work to close the achievement gap. If that's your goal, this is a ridiculous application to approve on your watch. Why approve a project that siphons money out of the public education schools with a substandard model? Would you advocate sending students there? Apparently the owner does not. He doesn't think it provides a superior learning experience or his own children would be there. So do you really want it part of your legacy? Do you want to be remembered as the board member who had the opportunity to stop this, but chose to further degrade public education? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez, and then Anya Dennison.
Welcome, Mr. Martinez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Sebastian Martinez. And first, I wanted to congratulate and say thank you to the district, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Moore, and everybody involved in organizing the fundraiser to help pay off school lunch debt. That's phenomenal, and I'm extremely happy that we're doing that. And I'd also like to take this time to ask the board to take one step further and to work to pass free lunches for every student, regardless of income, using existing programs and programs that even exist in Mr. Connor's former school district to ensure that no student goes hungry. This is the type of work that can get the school board back on track. Helping over our 40,000 plus students, we need to focus on passing good policy and generating results that impact and benefit everybody. Things like making school lunches free for every student, regardless of income. Things like paying off the materials of our school classrooms to make sure that teachers don't have to pay $700 to $1,000 out of pocket just to keep their classrooms stocked. Raising teacher pay, improving transportation, addressing resource disparities, improving communication, changing our culture of fear into a culture of hope. That's what we need to focus on. And all of this can come to fruition with board members who listen to their constituents and students who attend their schools. Which brings me to my next comment. Miss Robin Marinelli, you're my board member and I live in your district. You represent me. Last board meeting, you asked 2 questions of Mr. Connor. Do teachers feel like they are under threat, and are students being harmed? And I don't mean this in a condescending or disrespectful way, but you cannot possibly be that out of touch. We saw the results of the teacher climate survey where 83% of teachers said that they don't feel supported by this board and fear retribution for speaking out. That's not a political opinion. That's the culture we fostered. And you don't have to look further to answer the question of, why would teachers fear retribution for speaking out? On your first day in office, this entire board, excluding Mr. Edwards, voted to fire the superintendent, to remove the superintendent without cause. A superintendent whom you never worked with for no other reason but political disagreements, period. And if you can fire a superintendent without cause, imagine what you do to a teacher who speaks out against bureaucracy, their administrators, and our perfect A district. You ran with the message of, I'm not a politician, I'm a teacher. And that would be respectable if it remained true. Whether consciously or subconsciously, you've become more of a politician. And I don't say that just to say that, but it's reflected in the actions you take. You can't say you're not political because you've quite literally sat with Karen Rose at a table across from mine at a conservative political event, the Leadership Institute, which teaches you messaging, how to govern the school board, and what political talking points to use to boost your campaign, courtesy of the 1776 PAC. You can't call yourself not political when those are the spaces you put yourself in. Not only that, but when two Sarasota County students, graduate and former, Mr. Gerstl and I, hosted a State of Our Schools event, both you and Tom accepted the invite to come. Only one issue came up. You pulled out of attending because you had another event to go to, a Republican Party event, which is totally, completely fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anya Dennison, followed by Peggy Mormon.
My name's Anya. I'm a graduate of Sarasota County Schools. You need to listen to the students that have been speaking to you about how you're hurting them. They've been speaking to you for months, and you've done nothing. Karen, where's your leadership? You've done nothing to support these students. Your job is to support them, and you're just not. Karen, we're being more clear than we've been before about what we need you to do. So come next meeting, we'll be looking for you to do it. Thank you.
Peggy Mormon, followed by Hannah Silva.
My name is Peggy Mormon. I want to say first, Superintendent Connor, fabulous first pitch at the Orioles home opener. I was really proud of you. I can't believe nobody's said that yet. Mrs. Ziegler, the first time I spoke here, I said that I thought that you had, I'm a former English teacher, that you had underestimated the power of your story, especially any story that contains passion, secrecy, and a call to the cops. And here we are weeks and weeks later. And it's not going away. It's not even a local story anymore. I'm so embarrassed at the national attention that Sarasota has received because of this. But because of a couple of private texts of yours that have been reported publicly, I honestly have come to suspect that you have hidden strengths. I really mean that sincerely. Actuarially speaking, you have about 52 years left in which to become whatever version of yourself you most find suitable. Every day is an opportunity for all of us to grow and change. The first change I think you should make is to vote against the charter schools application. The second is to leave the school board. I don't think this is going to get better for you or for anyone. It's certainly wasting an awful lot of time. So, forgive me, I want to brag about my mother, who was a very pretty, vivacious, articulate, very Southern charmer from Nashville, a Kappa Alpha Theta sister. It gave her a lot of cachet in her day, and that sort of thing still does confer quite a bit of cachet. She became a librarian in Arlington, Virginia. One day in 1975, she came to work early and found the library's high school helper sleeping on a couch in the back room. He had come out to his parents because Washington, D.C.'s first Pride March was that weekend, and he wanted to go. They reacted badly. He was afraid to go home. My mother's first reaction was, "You mean they didn't know you were gay?" And then she said, "Make me a poster that says, 'Proud mother of a gay son,' and I'll march with you. I always wanted a son." And then she said, "Now call your mother. She's probably worried sick. They may be a little sheltered, your parents, but they must be wonderful people, or they couldn't have raised you." He told this story at her funeral a decade later. When the minister opened the service for people to share memories, he said it was the first time in his life he thought, maybe everything's going to be okay. Obviously, things are still not okay. So we all keep trying. My mother lived through a lot: the Great Depression, World War II, the loss of my father, who died very young. She was very courageous and she was very outspoken. She was a natural advocate, though she never would have called herself
Thank
that.
you.
Hannah Silva, followed by Esther Rockwell.
Good evening, Board. I'm Hannah Silva, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. There was a comment made last meeting by Ms. Martinelli stating that she hadn't heard of any students being affected by the policies that have been passed or heard of teachers who have felt unsupported. I'd like to pose a question. Why do you all think I'm here? Most students who are also affected by your policies do not have the safety, availability, or transportation to be able to speak here about their experiences. But students know about the Don't Say Gay bill and many others like it. Even if their school staff has been supportive in the past, they're afraid to speak up because they know a target has been put on their backs. And when it comes to teachers, who do you think they're afraid of? I've had multiple teachers who have seen my speeches praise me for having the bravery to stand up for what I believe in. They always tell me that they wish they could come to a meeting and speak, but they don't have the time because they're busy being teachers. And they're afraid of the consequences you will enact on them. You've created an environment where those affected feel afraid to speak. You successfully silence the voices of minorities you've chosen to isolate and therefore create confirmation bias that nothing is happening because people are afraid to tell you the truth. Start paying attention when we speak. Maybe then you'll hear about how students are being affected. If your motto is every student, every day, then my voice as a student should matter. Listen to it.
Esther Rockwell, followed by Reverend Jay Wolin.
Good evening. My name is Esther Rockwell, and I've been a resident of Sarasota County full-time for 38 years. Because of all the criticism this board has had to endure for months, I am here to thank this board for all you have accomplished since the new members were elected. But isn't it the real reason this board has been hounded with criticism since day one? They resent losing control of the board. The new board members were elected for the very reason of trying to stop the woke agenda that was being pushed on our children. Parents do not want boys using the girls' bathroom or vice versa. They do not want children being questioned of their sexuality and their correct pronouns or encourage transgenderism, and they certainly do not want them to be exposed to pornography. To use this in our public schools is a crime. Instead, they call it censorship or book banning. However, investigation of raped children revealed how pornography is always used beforehand. However, never ever would this have been allowed before. This only encourages children to experiment with sexual activity, which results in rape, pregnancy, and many negative results that we are trying to prevent. What has happened to common sense? We thank Bridget Ziegler for her excellent leadership, Karen Rose for insisting on educational excellence, Tim Enos for his dedication to protect our children from outside harm, and we also thank Robin Marinelli, whose long-term district experience understands parental involvement. If we want to go back to having our biggest school problems of just running in the halls, chewing gum, or playing hooky, then we have to go back to the principles we had then, and we won't see any of the problems we are having now. If public schools did not utilize a wake agenda, there would have been no need for schools, charter schools. We have 1,000 people coming to this country every day. They're leaving the blue states to come to the red states. That ought to tell you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Jay Wolin, followed by Liz Ballard.
Welcome, Reverend.
Thank you. I'm Reverend Jay Wolin, minister of the Unitarian Universalists of Sarasota, a 500-member congregation with many families with children in the school system who I am here to advocate for. And I think we need to advocate for more education, even civics. I hear just about our First Amendment, which talks about the separation of church and state. We have people talk about bringing the Bible into school, and even Jefferson on his notes to Virginia, many of our founding members of this country have talked about separation of church and say we have many students who are not Christian, and we must end this Christo-fascism that is entering into the thought processes of many people here. Our religion was one of the first founders of public schools in this country because we believe everyone should get the best education. Everyone should have food, and I thank you for supplying food. The fact that we even have to raise money to do this is shameful. One of our 8 principles is about the search for truth and meaning. And when I was here in January, I talked about ASALH, which stands for the Association for the Study of African American History. And ASALH has had to take up the mantle of teaching and providing African American history outside the school because it's not allowed to be taught in its fullness in our public schools. And in January, Bridget Ziegler asked the superintendent whether we taught slavery and civil rights in the school. And I want to say I really respect what you're doing, Superintendent, and you said we do per the state standards. But first I want to point out African American history is more than just slavery, of course, and civil rights. Secondly, the state standards are vague, and they are less than fullness of African American history. I want to point out that although, yes, books have not been banned, I have talked to many teachers. I took it the last 2 months to talk to many teachers. Numerous ones have told me they are afraid to allow certain books in their classrooms. They are afraid to talk about African American history or LGBTQ history, which is the history of our families, and they are afraid to do that for fear of retaliation and due to the vagueness of the laws that we have in this state. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, an unjust law is no law at all. I do ask the board to support. I know, Superintendent, you've started this African American History Task Force, and I ask the board to support that task force in its fullest. I am against charter schools. I believe public money should go to public schools only. When I hear classical, I hear, what does that even mean? Classical, does that mean?
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Liz Ballard, followed by Paulina Testerman.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Connor. My name is Liz Ballard. I've been a teacher here in the district for the past 20 years. I just want to say what that gentleman just said. I'm an 8th grade U.S. history teacher. My bookshelf is covered. It has been covered for about 1.5 years now. The last board meeting, Robert Marinelli, you asked the rest of the board if anybody was getting any feedback from teachers who felt unsupported by this board, and that the unwillingness of staff to speak out to board members was an indication that everything was just fine. I am here to tell you that I, as a member of the instructional staff, do not feel supported by a majority of this current board. Support is not gleefully removing a competent superintendent in a cruel and humiliating manner that included going after his wife as a first order of business you undertook as a new board, minutes after being sworn in. You made this move to cause mayhem in the district, despite calls from community members, teachers, students, even people who voted for you to keep him. You blindsided the community in a bait-and-switch campaign because causing chaos and disruption was your objective. You fired a good man for simply doing his job. Think about the message you sent the staff. Support is making sure parents, students, and teachers know they belong to a larger community. Instead, Bridget, you have lied about what is going on in our classrooms and how teachers are groomers and indoctrinating students. Support is not going on Fox News to insinuate you pulled your child from the Sarasota County Public Schools because she got in your car and asked you what white privilege was. Never happened. How a sitting school board member managed to tell such a whopper of a lie and get reelected is mind-boggling to me. Support is not making baseless posts on social media claiming that teachers like me aren't doing our jobs. Bridget, you went on Twitter back in November and lamented how it broke your heart that generations of students have learned little about Thomas Jefferson. You have never stepped foot in my classroom. You don't have any kids who go to Sarasota County Public Schools. How on earth would you even possibly know what is actually going on in the classrooms in Sarasota County? You don't, but that has never stopped you in your disinformation campaign. Maybe, Bridget, if you wanted to show teachers you...
Thank you. Excuse me, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
All right, I'll set up for you. Perfect timing.
2 minutes.
Oh my God, imagine if I was anything exactly. Ever since I've been on that, I talk about go to everyone, and then I go, and then I have to go. But today, now we're going to try to go. Oh, please, Chuck, please. No, because I was like, Saturday, and I didn't see it on mobile.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Could please take your seats. Pardon me? We have roughly 20 more speakers. If you Thank you. Mrs. Testerman, if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Paulina Testerman, and I have 2 children in Sarasota County Public Schools. Mrs. Marinelli, at the end of our last school board meeting, you said the following to Superintendent Connor, quote, "Unfortunately, I think some of our comments from the public try to change the narrative of what's really going on in our district. I'd like to know if you're getting any feedback from your staff or from the union that teachers are feeling that they're being threatened, of being fired, and not being supported by this board or anybody else in the district. Mrs. Marinelli, the public wants to know, do you live under a rock? Do you have any relationship with current teachers? Does this district have a working relationship with the union? Do you even read our local newspaper? Sitting behind me is Mr. Walker from the Sarasota Herald Tribune, and he could probably tell you that he published an article on April 19th, 2023, regarding the results of the annual Sarasota Classified Teachers Association Climate Survey, where 72.9% of teachers polled felt that morale in the district was low, and 82.3% said that they do not feel supported by the current school board majority. The current school board majority, that's you, Mrs. Marinelli. They're talking about you. You're an elected official, and you're blissfully unaware of the struggles of our teachers and students, and then you have the audacity to blame the public for trying to change the narrative of what's going on in this district. Wow, you've got gumption, Mrs. Marinelli, and that's a nice way of putting it. You can sit up there on the dais and repeat ad nauseum that you have worked in this school district for the past bajillion years, but there's no greater evidence of how out of touch you are than the fact that you don't know that the teachers themselves don't trust you and that you are not their ally. So let's look at the scorecard. Number one, you either don't know or don't care that teachers feel unsupported by the board majority. Number two, you ignore the results of the climate survey done by the union. Number three, you ignore the results from the Herald Tribune when the Herald Tribune printed the story. Number four, you then blame the public for shining a light on the struggles of our local teachers. And number five, this one's my favorite, because in a minute, you're going to feign victimhood and claim that we're attacking you. Mrs. Marinelli, nobody's attacking you. You're just obviously not fit to sit on the dais if you're this oblivious to the problems that teachers are facing. Mrs. Marinelli, are you aware of the fact that in August of 2022, Support Our Schools took out a 2-page advertisement in the Sarasota Herald where we published letters submitted from Sarasota County teachers that expressed the distrust of candidates like you who are aligning themselves with extremist ideology? I have gone to the trouble of printing the two-page ad in poster size to ensure that you don't pretend that you didn't see it. Mrs. Marinelli, the icing on the cake is that you asked Mr. Connor to be your errand boy, while the answers to your questions are completely accessible to you if you just open your eyes, or at the very least, Google it. If you want our community to get back to the tireless work of saving public education, you should start by opening a newspaper and educating yourself. You're a distraction, Mrs. Marinelli, just like Mrs. Rose and just like Mrs. Ziegler. I look forward to your impending victimhood routine.
Thank you.
We have Beck Lane and then Catherine Gray. And I'll give you one more. After that is Jerry Rippo. So we've got Beck Lane, Catherine Gray, Jerry Rippo.
Hi, I'm Beck Lane. Next, Benedict. Next, Benedict. The last time we met, a teen was being bullied and harassed at school, and then was beaten and subsequently died. Ms. Rose, I'm not bothering with Bridget tonight. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. So I'm asking you and your fellow Republican board members, when are you going to take real, meaningful action to remove that symbol of bigotry and bullying from the board? We know you've supported Bridget, her horrible policies, but it should be abundantly clear to you the harm she is causing, not just to the school board, but to the entire community. At this point, Ms. Rose, you and your Republican school board members should be taking into consideration the fruits of her labors and understand you, all of you, will be held liable if Sarasota finds itself mourning our own next Benedict as a result of her bigotry and the bigotry she's brought. 2 years ago, two years ago, we watched Bridget target a high school student, and you supported her. She targeted a teen, and you supported her. She targeted this teen so significantly, she inflamed a culture war, and you supported her. She targeted a child, a teen. It is beyond time for all of you to grow a backbone and remove this symbol of bigotry before more damage is done. We all of us deserve better.
Catherine Gray. Followed by Jerry Rippo.
Okay.
Is the button on?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it works. Hello, my name's Winter Gray. I know I said Catherine. I wasn't quite sure if I had to put my legal name or not, as I am confused every single day in school. I have a lot of things I could talk about. I could talk about being trans in school. I could talk about being gay in school. I could talk about how all of those have affected my personal experience in depression and mental health. But I know you won't listen. And that's the core issue, is you're not listening. I'm looking at all of you, and some of you are looking back at me, some of you are not, but I see you're not listening. I see the same face I see on my classmates when my teacher's rambling about whatever nonsense he's decided to go on a tangent with, and we've checked out. And that's the faces you're making when listening to your constituents. You're listening to the people you represent, and that's reprehensible. We deserve better, and I cannot believe you're not listening. You ask questions, you say things, but you're not listening. And it's so, so tiring. I have so many things I could be doing that I would be not only better for me and my mental health, but for my future and for my family and for my friends. Instead, I'm here and I'm trying to get you to listen and I'm begging, but you won't. And I don't know what to do anymore.
Jerry Rippo, followed by Sonia Howman.
Thank you, members of the board, and my name is Jerry Rippo, and I thank you for your service and the concern for educating our children. Many are here to hear the work of the board and the business of the school board, which seems to be at the end of this meeting. I would like that process reversed, where we have the business of the board being done first, and then this concerned citizens being able to voice their opinions after, and that way you can get a consensus after the fact. After all of this, I'm probably close to the end. We have your meeting to go, and there's a lot of people that are concerned that are leaving before the meeting is over, before they hear what is important here. Not that the people speaking is not important, but their concerns are important and they need to be listened to, and a consensus needs to be taken. And I think it would be better that the people that want to be here to hear what the school board business is and what their work is to be done first, and then all we're asking for is to reverse this process, everything being the same. And we'd have more participation, more people that would be interested in the school board than to stay until, we got 50, 60 people at 2 to 3 minutes. That's quite a bit of time. It brings us back into the evening where a lot of people would not come because of that. And I think we'd have a lot more people that are concerned about our school board and about what you're doing and how you're progressing. And we would like you to consider that for the future, is just to reverse this whole process so that we have the business first and the work first. Thank you.
Sonia Howman, followed by Stephen Russell.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, my name is Dr. Sonia Howman. I'm a Christian mom of 4 and a retired critical care physician. At work, I ran an ICU, and I did train medical students and residents. And on the first day of every single rotation, I told them, when a patient lands in our ICU, you have to consider them part of your family. You make medical decisions as you would for the people you love most on this earth. That's called being a fiduciary. Without ever saying so, I viewed my work as an extension of my religion. And for all the people quoting scripture up here, I see you, I hear you, and I raise you. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So imagine my surprise when I saw the board members who share my faith, who are paid to serve every student in this district, making it harder for children to access education. But don't take my word for it. Please listen to these students. They come up here on a school night, nonetheless, to tell you how miserable they are. You have done actual harm to these students. Can you hear me? You have done actual harm. If you continue, LGBT students will continue to feel unsafe in school as if they're alone in the world. Your policies have done harm. My God, what if one of your children was trans or gay? What if? I'm going to talk about the charter school industry because I'm a Florida taxpayer. You're going to take my money, $8,000 per student from a public school to give to a charter school. If you do a minimum, a tiny bit of research, you'll find out that those consulting companies, those management companies, are entitled to a percentage of every $800 that follow, $8,000 that follows those students. If you insist on making us a laughingstock of the American news, of the American public, by backing these inane charter schools, by removing books, by curtailing the learning of a full and accurate Black history, the students of Florida will lack significant knowledge. Other state students will have a distinct advantage over them. How will they compete? You are crippling our children intellectually, metaphorically cutting off their legs before they even start to walk. These students, as we've heard over and over, deserve better. They deserve better. Do better. And Mrs. Ziegler, since you're more concerned with the power than the well-being of our kids, for all that's good in the world, just go away, please.
Stephen Russell. Then Sebastian Gerstel.
Hello, I've got a little ADD, so if I bounce around, forgive me, please. You guys are privileged to sit on this board and to serve the students of Sarasota County. It should be your honor to do so, and you should be always doing the right thing for those students. About the charter school that's going to be up for vote today. There are Florida politicians and their family members who are connected to charter schools and the companies that consult these charter schools. Just look at it, it's there to be found. The politicians and their family members. They're all making money on it. It looks like a CSI crime board. There is no good reason for you to vote yes for this charter school. If you do, I wonder if there's a line that's connecting one of you or your family members. Every student, every day, it's out there. You guys should do your best to serve every student every day in this county. Are you doing that? Can you look yourselves in the mirror and say, I'm doing the best thing for my students that I've been elected to serve? I know some of you can't say that. Let's do better.
Sebastian Gerstel, and then Liz Barker.
Welcome, Mr. Gerstel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. School Board Member, Superintendent Connor, I'm Sebastian Gerstel, a junior at Riverview High School. First, I'm here to speak in support of the revised school board operating procedures. And honestly, as I went through them, there's not much more else to add because they're actually, Mr. Connor, they're very well written. And it's very well done, actually. As someone who is typically pretty good at finding things that are not right, I have to say everything is covered, and I'm happy to say that I think if these policies are implemented, we'll have very efficient governance in this boardroom, hopefully. But we have, because we have a great board who is dedicated to those students. And secondly, I urge this board to consider raises for our technical support professionals, or TSPs for short. These individuals are often overworked and underpaid, and they quite literally keep our schools online and in operation to ensure smooth technical operations every day. One former Sarasota Schools TSP described how his role was seen as, quote, replaceable, And the same TSB even called the wages a joke. No employee should ever feel replaceable. One of the items for today's agenda is a purchase order for laptops, and while new hardware is great, we also need great humanware. That is where our success comes from. Retaining and recruiting talented and dedicated TSBs should be a priority, and there is no better place to start than to raise their wages. Through these revised procedures and through supporting our essential classified staff, we can ensure a school district that works for every student every day, and that includes this very boardroom. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Liz Barker, followed by Anastasia Dykens.
Welcome.
Superintendent Connor, board members, good evening. I'm Liz Barker, mom of 4 kids in Sarasota County Public Schools, former school psychologist, president of the PTO at Lakeview Elementary School, and candidate for school board. Today, as we consider approving another charter school in our community, I want to speak to the problematic nature of for-profit charter management companies such as Charter Schools USA. Here in Florida, companies like this one are a workaround for our prohibition against for-profit charters. The result is a system in which some charters are truly nonprofits and some are nonprofits in name only. Charter Schools USA runs many charter schools here in Florida, including the one in Welland Park that this board majority voted to approve and which has not met its enrollment projections. This board's prior approval of Charter School USA's Welland Park School resulted in the situation we're in tonight. The board had the opportunity to lead with integrity last year and rejected it. As a result, we've left the door open to a flood of similar schools in our community with a serious impact on how we're spending our education tax dollars. Charter Schools USA is not the only company situated to turn a profit on our tax dollars. Red Apple Development, which specializes in the construction of charter schools, is a sister corporation of Charter Schools USA, and Red Apple at Fruitville, a subsidiary of Red Apple, was formed in September less than 6 months ago. So, not only will Charter Schools USA profit from running the school, its owners will also profit from building it. The lack of transparency and accountability with private charter management companies is astounding. When a public school spends its tax dollars, we know exactly where that money is going. When a charter school spends our tax dollars to pay a private management company, the public never sees a breakdown of how much of that money touches the students directly and how much goes to company profits. These are our tax dollars, and every single one that goes to profits would otherwise have been used to educate our children. We must protect our tax dollars and our children. Education is a public good. We should not profit off of things that are a public good. They exist because they benefit our society and not because they're money-making schemes. We reject the idea that schools should be profit centers. Here in Sarasota, our children's future is not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anastasia Dykens, and then Sandy Armstrong.
Hi, everybody. I'm Anastasia Dykens. I'm a Booker High mom, and I'm also a teacher. If you don't mind, I'd like to revisit 2 of the topics mentioned during the superintendent's report of the last board meeting. The resigned patronization with which the shortest month was chosen to celebrate Black history has never been lost on the American public. Adding insult to academic injury is that February falls in the antebellum of testing season. We know that history is not a tested subject until middle school. Therefore, it's absurd to presume that the contribution of an entire race of Americans is given more than the office bulletin board and perhaps a fun fact about Harriet Tubman during the morning announcements. You see, financially and professionally, it's just not a smart move for a teacher. It's poor practice to devote instructional time to a subject that will not increase your test scores and will therefore decrease your odds of earning your bonus, raise. You see, that's how merit pay works. It's super good for kids. So at the last board meeting, Mr. Connor, you said that you were sure that your teachers had wonderful things planned. You know that, nobody believed that, right? Because unless it's a passion project for a master educator who can seamlessly weave it into her ELA standards, it's just not going to happen. And you don't have as many of those as you used to, do you? So moving forward, just be consistent and ignore Black History Month in your board meetings like you do in your schools. The other topic on which I would like to arrogantly opine is the chronic problem of lack of parental involvement at some of our schools. I'm curious if you've looked at the demographics to determine a common denominator. It's okay, because I already did it. It's poverty. The schools with the lowest parental involvement are also our poorest, which begs the question, are poor people just naturally really bad parents? Or are these families living in poverty, therefore lack the basic needs critical for typical parental involvement? Or maybe are you just failing to connect with them? So, if I may offer some unsolicited advice, talk to your parents, not about them. Ask them why they don't feel welcome at their kids' school, and then just listen. And one last thing, I understand that the clerical workload at some of your schools has increased substantially, and I know that the board doesn't make raises, so out of curiosity, what has the union done to ensure that these teachers are being financially compensated? Or are they just not able to do that because they're not actually a union? As the waters separating church and state are beyond muddy, I do feel comfortable ending with Deuteronomy 24:15. You are to pay his wages because he is poor and depends on them. Otherwise, you will be guilty of sin. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you.
Sandy Armstrong, followed by Sean Bartek.
Hi, I'm Sandy Armstrong. I'm a taxpayer and citizen of Sarasota County. And I wanted to start by saying I really enjoyed the sharing of the two students from the arts program today. That was wonderful. With that said, I am concerned if we keep allowing charter schools to take money away from public schools, that the arts may be the first thing to go. And wouldn't that be awful? Wasn't it a wonderful, wonderful performance of both of them? And so I think we have to consider that when we consider where do we let our public school money go. At the last board meeting, Superintendent, you talked about African American history time, and I said, please be in contact with ASALH. And I know that you and David Wilkins, who's the president of ASALH right now, met, and that you're going to form a task force, which is wonderful, a task force about African American history. How can we, within the parameters of what the legislature has dictated, there's some wiggle room in there, and how can we, within those parameters, deal better with African American history as well as LGBTQ families and students? Those same students, I think we had several come up here who just said, I am affected, I'm hurting. And you know, the whole thing with Next Benedict having been beaten up by other students is just heartbreaking, and I'm sure all of you feel that too. But that's the sort of thing that can happen when both teachers and students feel like, you know, their mouth is covered. They can't say anything, they can't share things they need to, or the families aren't able to talk about who they are and what they want their children to be called. And so, especially with a lot of these trans families, families who have trans children, I hope that we'll figure out some way to make it safer for them, and some way for LGBT kids to feel safer and their families to feel safer. And I know that within the parameters that the legislature has ordered, you all can do something to try to work on that. So please do. So I'm suggesting that, Superintendent Connor, that you also have a task force related to LGBTQ families and students, some way that there can be some more dialogue. So it doesn't always have to happen in here, but there can be some real dialogue about how can we work within those parameters.
Thank you.
Sean Bartek, and then David Lewis.
Sorry, my writing's probably bad. It's Sean Bartelt. Haven't been here for a while, and every time I come, I have a talking point I want to talk about, and then I hear everybody, and everything changes. I used to be a news reporter, and for me, facts are really important. So I just want everyone to really understand, CRT was never, ever, ever taught in public schools throughout the high school level, actually more in the master's level of college. Additionally, there's a reason why there's a separation of church and state for public schools, because everyone should be, no matter what religion you are, you should feel accepted, and really there's got to be a separation of church and state, and if you don't like that, there are public school options that you can participate in. I graduated from Sarasota schools. My kids went to public schools in Orlando, but I'm a taxpayer here, so I'm paying for this school system. My housing value is affected by how the school system does, so I do feel that I have the right to speak. Additionally, there isn't porn in our schools. Porn are videos or pictures writing to elicit sexual arousal. Novels are not written for that goal. So you have Toni Morrison's book, which was banned in many schools only because it
please
talked
address the
about,
board.
only because it talked about a incident of rape and the emotional and trauma and impact that that had on the people in the book. That is not porn. So there is no porn in our school. I recommend that everyone watches 60 Minutes episode on book banning. We're actually in a Republican county in South Carolina. There were 69 books that people wanted banned. The parents all came together. There was only 5 that they felt weren't age appropriate. I originally was going to talk about the charter school application. There are criteria that should be required when contracting with a charter school. In this case, there are multiple issues with facility contracts, teacher salaries and benefits, and structural innovation, independence of charter board members, and there is no unmet need in the district for this school. I could spend over 20 minutes going on and on and on about why this charter school shouldn't be approved, but you've already heard a lot of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
David Lewis, followed by Elizabeth Cuevas-Nunder. David Lewis? All right, no David Lewis. Elizabeth Cuevas-Nunder.
Welcome.
Buenas noches. ¿Cómo están todos ustedes, bellas personas? Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. I look at all of you, and I have known you for a long, long, long time, except Mr. Connors. But I am going to meet you very well because I have something very special for you. I'm going to tell you, the grooming bill was passed by the Senate this afternoon, and it's going directly to the governor. Charter schools, and I want to alert you that in 2003, I coordinated a human trafficking from Sarasota County, a Sarasota high school young lady who just got into the school and forced traffic from here, Sarasota, to Mexico. She was drugged and taken 4 days later. She was waked up there. I coordinated with the FBI, a simple mom in the county who was very nosy. Okay. But I also graduated 3 phenomenal children from Pineview, the first Puerto Rican to do it. I am excited about that. My son is a phenomenal. He's a doctor. My daughter is taking from Chase Bank. She acquires all the belly up banks in Terrible, California. And my baby is a speech pathologist and gives a lot of love to seniors. What I want to tell you is that SMA and Dreamers Academy are a lightning rod in this community. Charter schools, I was behind those schools. Please take those schools as the lightning rod for the future of charter schools. 128 girls I took under my wings with their mothers and fathers. GPA 2 and below, many were in your school. Many, Ms. Monelleri saw me many times with them. And those girls, 98% graduated with 3 and above points. One made national news for the military. And my girls look like they jump out of Vogue. Great mothers, great wives, phenomenal human beings. The other thing I see here today is a circus. I had to come out. I watch you guys on television, but I've been seeing a circus, an abuse of power. And all I can see is the Renaissance and coming back of the 1960s, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And you can see who these people are because you see them in their skin and in their hair. When you are in that kind of illicit behaviors and you do sin against your own body, it shows in your skin, it shows in your hair, it shows how you communicate with others, it shows that you don't have respect and love for others. My taxes, I want them for
Thank
charter
you.
schools, so from now on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Elizabeth Bornstein. Yeah, Elizabeth Bornstein, followed by Jessica Thompson.
Welcome, Mrs. Bornstein.
Greetings. I'm here as a parent of a student in the district. I'm actively involved and very concerned, and I hope to help hold the space for other parents who can't attend or are reluctant. Always shine the light on some of the good stuff. Thank you, Superintendent, and your team for listening, setting up the Student Meal Relief Fund. I really hope it will eliminate the lunch debt and hopefully work toward a plan of free lunch eventually. In honor of Dr. Seuss and Read Across America Day this past Saturday, the Lorax reminds us that we can and should take action to protect our resources, in our case, public education, which we can all agree is vulnerable and in many ways under attack. Remember, the Lorax speaks for the trees, which you seem to be chopping as fast as you please. We've been through so much here, the smoke and mirrors disruption, the hits to the integrity of our school district with the Asplin firing, the Vermillion nonsense, the erroneous redistricting, and the Ziegler hypocrisy, and the never-ending legal case. Among all the state-inflicted injuries, too many to name, but most injurious are the Don't Say Gay bill and the HB1 voucher sham. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote down a farce of the classical charter application submitted by Charter Schools USA. You questioned it at the last work session. There are grave concerns that remain. It was Mrs. Ziegler who said some time ago, when a school district rids themselves of any social, political, or religious agendas, they remove unnecessary distractions and remain focused on improving academics for all students. If you want to rebuild our trust, you will deny the application. So here's a lesson on leadership that we need for our school board. Good leaders take care of all the people in their charge. They exemplify effective communication skills, they are accountable and maintain a sense of responsibility and own up to their mistakes when they happen. They identify their weaknesses and work to improve them. They instill hope and they empower others. Bad behavior is not an option. We can't ignore it. There's too much at stake. And board members, the word of the Lorax remains crystal clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not.
Jessica Thomason, and then Bill Neese.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Thomason. I want to take a moment to thank the history teacher that spoke earlier. That took a risk and a bravery that not many of us possess. And I need you to understand, Mrs. Marinelli, that for every one teacher who is willing and able to speak up, there are countless others that simply cannot risk their careers to make themselves a target. Mr. Connor and Dr. Harriet Moore, I don't know if she's listening or here or anywhere, but thank you so much for initiating the school lunch debt fundraiser. It's not a complete fix, but it's something, and we can always do something, and I really do appreciate this first step. I'd also like to ask anyone listening on YouTube right now to please find that post on Sarasota School's official Facebook page and share that. The next thing I wanted to mention are bathrooms. So the last time I was here, I asked about the bathroom situation. I did receive a response from Mr. Connor, thank you so much, and Mr. Edwards. But I did ask tonight one of the LEOs or the school police about using the single stall bathroom in the area where I was told where it was. But he told me that we're not allowed to go back there and that you won't be able to re-enter. And it could just be that he's not aware of it, or maybe that is the case. I also noticed that even though it's single stall, it is still marked women, and I'm assuming there's a men's one further. But I don't really understand the point of that since you're alone in the bathroom. But if we could just maybe clear that up, that would be great. In terms of the for-profit charter, I know that you think your hands are tied tonight by the big government politicians in Tallahassee. And if you deny this charter, they can take it up the ladder and potentially sue our district. Unfortunately, that's the result of voting in the people that are in office right now. And so I have to wonder why the charters, why even have them apply? Like, just open up shop. I mean, why even go through the motions, really? But I still ask that you vote no on this charter. To quote Timothy Snyder, an American historian and professor at Yale, "Do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do." And finally, Bridget, your presence on this board reflects the priorities of this district to our students. It sends a message that mean-spirited behavior has zero consequences. Your transphobic t-shirt didn't help a single female athlete, but it hurt a whole lot of local students in the district you represent. You need to, at the very least, apologize. Even if you think trans people are mentally ill, they're not, by the way. There is no way you'd villainize mentally ill students with no consequence. And I don't think that you would. Would your colleagues let that go? I hope not.
Thank you.
Bill Neese, followed by Seneca Bristol.
Well, first of all, I come as a grandfather and a taxpayer. And I could list about a half a dozen other things I happen to be wrapped up in the community, but that's really irrelevant. Because what's at stake is education. What's at stake is a district that applies the principles of good education. My grandson happens to be at the Fruitville Elementary. It's kind of the Pine View extension thing out there. And he was chosen to be a part of the Fab Lab. And so he's over there doing his little thing with the other children and mixing it up, and they're trying to build race cars. And of course, a little boy in a race car is going to be pretty exciting. So that's all fun. So I took him over there. But while I was there, I spoke with another grandfather. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because of that. As a grandfather who dropped out of school when he was a ninth grader because he couldn't quite get everything, and he was more or less beat up by a teacher. I know that sounds bizarre in this age and day, and threatened to throw her out the second-story window. He's telling me this. And I said, really? He says, I was told to go to the principal's office. I went, buy it, and left and never came back. Now, why am I saying this? Because this gentleman formulated a business, raised family, has done tremendous things, both in our communities and others, employing multiple people, is actually kind of an electronic genius as an air conditioning specialist and owned an air conditioning company. And how did he do this? Well, there's a lot of hands-on and learning and being engaged with other people that had tremendous skill sets. And I discussed with them educational values, etc. But why am I saying this? Because people like that don't have, let's say, the advantage of his own grandson, who will be probably in the upper ends of all of our district's educational system. He has tremendous things to offer as multiple other young people who will never go to college. And so our VOTEC systems, what we call that, and our support of young people in pursuing of degrees that are not necessarily college-related, that are working everyday people, are just as important. In fact, 50% will never enter our universities.
Thank you, Mr. Neese.
Seneca Bristol, followed by Christine Hervig.
Hi, y'all. I'm Seneca Bristol, president of the U Chapter Voices of Florida. Bridget, my girl, this is really sad. I mean, you have to sit up here and look people in the eye as they tell you to resign. Womp womp, resign, and give that spot to someone who actually is passionate about teaching kids and not dictating the system. And you know who's on your team? Grown white men who haven't been in classroom for decades. But your students are nowhere to be seen. I'm here today for my friends, for their siblings, and for mine. I'm a homeschooler, but don't be mistaken. I know all that happens in your schools, and it doesn't look fun. You ban books instead of making sure your kids are fed. You give money to new schools instead of focusing on the things that your students attending your schools tell you they need. And I've said it once and I'll say it again. Teachers are not your pawns. The students of Sarasota deserve better. Students come up here every week. People from different countries, people from different places come up here, from different ages, of different backgrounds, come up here every week, telling you the same things over and over and over again. Turn on your ears. Thank you.
Christine Hervig, then Bill Van Allen.
Hello, I'm Christine Hervig, and I'm a lifetime resident of Sarasota. I went to public schools all the way through before they were air-conditioned. And so I feel personally very strongly about Sarasota. And first of all, I want to say no to corporate charter schools. They suck public school money, and I think that that's going to have a detrimental effect, not immediately, but long-term on the public schools, and maybe that's what their supporters want. But anyway, to Mrs. Ziegler, I have a question, and it's been on a lot of people's minds. Why do you stay on the Sarasota County School Board now? What is your motivation? We know you were appointed by then Governor Scott to hold a partisan political place on an ostensibly nonpartisan school board. And we know DeSantis personally campaigned for you in your last election. But given the recent revelations which exposed the hypocrisy behind your role as cheerleader for DeSantis' Don't Say Gay laws and your false front of moral authority on the parental rights issue, why do you stay? Why do you choose to stay here and sit here every night during the meetings with gritted teeth while your community pleads with you to please salvage the remnants of your dignity and resign? You don't actually support public education. Your own children have never attended Sarasota public schools. Your interests and ambitions are clearly aligned with school privatization. Do you stay because there's going to be some kind of payoff, financial or otherwise, by staying? Are you sticking it out on our public school board until July 22nd, when DeSantis can swoop in and anoint a replacement of his choosing, unelected by the citizens? Please weigh the cost of staying on the school board to yourself and your family and the county, and do the right thing for the right reason. Please resign now. Thank you.
Bill Van Allen. And Madam Chair, that would conclude the last comment card.
Thank you.
You can almost get on with business now. My name is Bill Van Allen. I'm a Sarasota resident for 36 years. And I'm here to speak to Bridget Ziegler and any of the rest of you that are aware of the culture war that's been declared upon America. It's one that's being fought in school boards all across the nation. As first to Mrs. Ziegler, about your resignation, don't you dare. Don't you even think about it. We are in a culture war, whether we see it or not, and we must choose a side. Will we take the side of American values and our founding documents like freedom of thought and speech, individual excellence, and parental rights? Or will we side with aggressors against those values, Marxists that minimize our Declaration and Constitution and seek to destroy our institutions like capitalism, freedom of speech, religion, and family? This is the big picture. The Politico reporter that spoke disparagingly last week about Christian nationalists illustrated the stark dividing line. She derided Christian nationalists as believing that our rights come from God, not from Congress. Really? By that definition, all real Americans are Christian nationalists. The only interest Marxists have in Christianity is how to destroy it. Some basic truths here and what Marxists do to them. Words have meaning. Marxists changed the meaning of words to confuse us by putting social in front of justice and democratic in front of socialism. If we can't call a thing what it is, we've already lost the debate. Strong emotions impede one's ability to think. Marxists teach that how you feel is the most important thing. Thinking people know the truth is more than the way you feel at any given time. And truth doesn't care how you feel, it just is. Truth matters. Public policies are more important than personal life. The future of America depends on the public policies of our institutions, not the personal lives of those who make them. Personal life affects those that are in it. Public policy affects everyone. We can rightfully judge our policymakers only on their policies. Let God judge us on our personal lives. Jesus said, "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone." Republicans that fault other Republicans on their personal lives only help the Marxists. We must stand unified if we are to win this culture war they have forced upon us. If we are to save America, we must focus on the ideals that we have in common, even if we can't always live up to them. We cannot afford to aid those that are bent on destroying us. So, Bridget, stay right where you are. Sarasota's children depend on learning how to succeed in a competitive world, not how to become victims. The children are America's future, and America depends on our ability to teach them to win. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the public comments this evening. And Superintendent Connor, can you address any revisions to the agenda, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did have revisions after publication. Item 5, meeting minutes have been added, and item 6, which is the instructional classified personnel report, was added.
Thank you. Looking at approval of the consent agenda, do I have a motion?
I move approval to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and seeing Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Yeah, I know, I just wanted to mention under the consent agenda, we do have a school board procedures added, and I, having been on this board for a very long time, I'm very excited that we're adopting it. It provides a very strong equilibrium for each individual board member as we move forward. It doesn't matter about who's there. It matters that each duly elected school board member has a rules of the road to balance the scales, and so something that's been lacking for a very long time. So I appreciate that this has been brought forward.
Oh, thank you. Well said. I couldn't agree more. Seeing no further comment or question, please vote on the consent agenda as amended. And the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously. Item number 23, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of a new job description for Human Capital Officer.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for the job description for the Chief Human Capital Officer. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you.
In the financial impact piece, I think there's just a small adjustment because we're eliminating a position. As I go through a lot of the conversations that we're having this evening about new positions, I request as a board member that positions that are being eliminated are in fact eliminated. I know that we had a conversation, I think a meeting or so ago, about we leave positions open even, and I think our positions should match the head count in addition to whatever open positions and that if we had to bring back a position, that it should come back in that format, but that all positions that are inactive should be in fact removed.
Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Well, I would echo that because that's been something, and I think I know this term position control's used, and that sounds like a great David Bowie song. I don't know, but I understand where that is, and I think from an oversight standpoint, that has been something I believed would be beneficial. I understand that we have our organizational chart. We adopt that as board members when we do the budget, but at the same time, I think, and this I would direct to the superintendent, this position, the Chief Human Capital Officer, which is, I'm very excited to see us move forward to this because when you consider the responsibility that we have, it all really relies on the people and making sure we have a high focus on that. And if as this position comes in, if that's something they can look at, I think it would behoove us and allow from a financial standpoint, but also a little bit more transparent. So, but I approve this. I'm very excited about this position.
Seeing no further comment, please vote on the job description for the Chief Human Capital Officer. And the job description for Chief Human Capital Officer passes unanimously. Item number 24, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the new job description for CTE and Adult Career Specialist.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for the CTE and Adult Education Career Specialist job description. Mr. Connor, is there something you would like to add?
Yes, ma'am. This position is the CTE and Adult Career Advisor position. This will be vital for our STC students. This position will conduct things such as skill assessments and resume preparation. The position will also establish a network of partnerships to bolster career skills and job placement for prospective students. Some of the things that will be required of this position is that they will facilitate adults into careers. There will be considerable recruiting of GED adult students and ESOL students into certificated training programs. They will be visiting employers to verify employment, monitor records upon completion, and making sure that we're connecting adults to services to mitigate hurdles associated with entering training programs and a multitude more. So we're excited to offer this position. The financial impact will be neutral. The intention here is to replace one of our current counselor vacancies to bring on this particular position in order to be more strategic around the career-focused training.
Seeing no comment or questions, please vote on the CTE and Adult Education Career Specialist job description. And it passes unanimously. Item number 25, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the new job description for literacy interventionist K through 12.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for the new job description for literacy interventionist K through 12. Mr. Connor, would you like to add anything?
Yes, ma'am. This position will be supporting our Literacy for All plan. The interventionist will provide direct instruction to targeted students, will lead to advanced progress monitoring, and deliver intensive daily interventions. This will be critical as we begin to close the gap and increase ELA proficiency. So it is a strategic response to the need that we all are aware of as our priority is literacy.
Seeing no questions or comments, please vote. And the new job description for literacy interventionists, K through 12, passes unanimously. Item number 26. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the new job description for supervisor, instructional materials, and library services.
Second.
A motion and a second for the new job description for supervisor of instructional materials and library services. I do not see any questions or comments. Please vote. And the item passes unanimously. Item number 27, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the new job description for data coach/testing coordinator.
Second.
A motion and a second. Superintendent Connor, is there something you'd like to add?
Yes, ma'am. This is a revamp of a current position. Right now in our secondary schools, we have the testing coordinator position. As again, we look towards our phase 2 implementation and the restructuring of responsibilities. We are upgrading, revising this job description to include data coaching. We want to connect the two as we administer assessments throughout the year, and the data that those assessments provide us. We want the data coach to help facilitate strategic use of that data so that that in turn increases proficiency. So we are adding that extra responsibility to this job description and ensuring that we are screening those individuals to ensure that they have the capability to serve in that role. So we're excited about the additional data coaching aspect of the position.
I am very much in support of this position. A data coach is essential, and I thank you, Superintendent Connor, and your team for bringing this to light. The data-driven instruction and learning that you've put in place and the framework is making a difference currently in reading performance. Haven't been this excited in instructional progress for quite a while, and very much in support of having data coaches in our schools. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I know it's late in the evening, and what I feel bad about is all of these re-engineered job descriptions and the quality of work that you and Ms. O'Day and her team, I could not have been more impressed with our one-on-ones this week. And all of what we're experiencing here today is reflective of the fact that we are paying attention to education and our student outcomes as it relates to instruction. So I can't stress enough to the public that this work is quality work. As an individual board member, I'm excited about the positions that we're voting on tonight, and I want to compliment you and the team.
Ms. Marinelli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too concur. I think that's very exciting and the change. Superintendent Connor, just two things. Could you explain or let the public know of that these were like existing job descriptions that have been changed, and that when it was asked that people that are in these positions to let the team know that they were interested, the people didn't have to reapply. Could you just kind of explain that process, because there's a little bit of confusion, I think, for people in the school district and publicly how that all happened, because we all know through our one-on-ones and how that came about. And then also that we talked about the counselors in 504 and that duty, and that you're not ignoring everything that they have to do, that's going to be coming up, because there's a little angst of like, what happened to me?
No, absolutely. So
Thank you.
we are embarking on a screening process that actually is occurring this week as we speak. So there are 5 positions that we're looking that will be positions that are not tied directly to students. In the fact that they don't have necessarily a classroom where they see students pretty much all day. you have the testing coordinator position, which is a release position. You have the literacy coach. You have a literacy interventionist who does work directly with students, but will do that in small group settings. You have a behavior intervention or behavior coach and a behavior intervention coach. Those 5 positions work obviously in very specific capacities, and we want to make sure that we have people who have been vetted and screened. We do have some people who have served in these roles for several years who are absolutely highly qualified to be in those positions, but we did, with the influx of ESSER funding, did put several people into these positions in the last year and a half, and that those placements were not necessarily done with any type of interview process in terms of a screening process. So we're establishing a system and a process. So moving forward, those who qualify based on their screening will be entered into a pool where schools could then interview, principals can interview them at individual schools for selection into one of these. So it will really make sure that we have a pure pool of qualified candidates going into each of these roles consistently. That pool will continue to grow throughout the year. We'll do several screenings, but it's just a mechanism to put in place that we do, we serve our students and people are serving in capacities that they are truly qualified for. In terms of the 504 position, we do know we are making decisions right now around ESSER funding. And we know September 2024, we have to land the ESSER funding plane. And so there are several positions right now, about 191 of those that are funded on the ESSER grant. So we have done, the team has done a great job in determining how we're going to sustain many of those positions and what positions will be sunset. One of those positions, unfortunately, because I did see why we would put that in place, but unfortunately, as we have to figure out how to have a sustainable budget, make sure that we're fiscally responsible, had to make some decisions around some of these positions. And so 504 coordinators were one of those. We are committed to making sure that those responsibilities, whoever it lands on, that it's not done in such a way where it's dumped on them, that we'll listen to focus groups to ensure that that work is done in such a way that no one feels overburdened, because we do know it is shifting responsibility. And while I would love to sustain every single one of those positions, we did have to make some pretty tough decisions.
Thank you for that explanation, because I just think for the public and our school counselors out there, because, you know, their main thing is to help students and work with their mental health, but so many other things have, either by mandated, you know, the suicide prevention, all the things that they have to do. I just wanted them to hear from you that they haven't been forgotten, that their roles are going to be looked at, and you're going to have a focus group that involves them so they know that you are working on it. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just to add to that, we do have the focus groups already scheduled, and we'll be meeting with them very soon. Yep.
I think this is the perfect opportunity to talk about the last 7 years in our school district with grade 3 reading and 30% of our students not being able to read at grade level. And there has, for that entire 7-year period, there was no progress, zero progress in improving that. And since Superintendent Connor arrived and started reorganizing our district, we're now looking at these new job descriptions and how they're going to impact from literacy coaches to data coaches. And the amount of work that you and your team have done is profound and worthy of note. And I want to also mention, and I think it's an incredibly important piece of data, particularly when you look at all the comments through the last few months and the focus. My focus has been reading for many years, and the importance of it, not to say that safety and security and the other pieces aren't vital, but the mid-year grade 3 reading progress monitoring scores that just came out compared to last year's mid-year scores show an 8-point increase. That is remarkable, and shows that the work that you and your team and Mrs. O'Day and your entire team and Superintendent Connor, we're extraordinarily fortunate to have all of you, and want to note and highlight that it's paying off and that we are on an incredible trajectory that is about students, is about reading, and is about the academic success of every student every day. So seeing no further comment, please vote. Item number 28, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the advertisement of the following revised school board policies for future adoption.
Second.
Do I need to list, Mr. Duggan?
For the record, just say the proposed policy numbers.
It's a couple. Policy 3.24, policy 3.241, policy 4.10, policy 4.115, policy 4.12, policy 4.31, policy 5.321, policy 5.343, policy 5.372, policy 5.50, policy 6.21, policy 6.22, policy 6.303, policy 8.10, policy 8.111, policy 8.112, policy 8.16, policy 8.18, policy 8.19, and policy 8.36, and policy 9.101.
Thank you. And Superintendent Connor, I know you're going to speak to this. Could you also, I think it's important with the reorganization and the new frameworks that you've brought to the district as compared to many years, the amount of policy updates that have occurred, and their relative nature to being aligned to Florida Department of Education rules. This is a new frontier as well that hasn't been in place for several years.
Absolutely. So as you know, we discussed these policies at our last workshop, and so this is just our formal request to authorize us to advertise these as a part of the, I believe it's a 28-day period, and then we'll bring these back for a formal vote after that. I will tell you, even I am surprised at the number of policies that we have been able to accomplish in such a short time. I want to give Mr. Chris Parento, our Supervisor of Government Affairs, who's done an outstanding job in doing that. He stays on top. I mean, sometimes I go in his office and he's got the state board, he's got the Senate, he's got the legislators, he's got it all on his videos and streaming, and he gives me real-time updates. So we're really excited about where we're headed, and yeah. Thank you.
With I know that change is challenging for humans. It's challenging for all of us. And there's consistent talk about the change in CEO and leaderships and in leadership. Through the last two superintendents, I stand firm with those changes, not only when it comes to literacy, the reorganization, and the results that are already in place. I'm astonished and grateful to you and your team. Mrs. Ziegler.
I know it's been a long night. I just want to echo that. I think that this demonstrates, along with a lot of the reorganization, and I don't want to reduce that significance, but so many things are reflected on this agenda, the prior agenda, that illustrate systems restructured that really pave the way for the focus to be on academics, which I know is where we all agree, and then all of our students and families ultimately succeed from them. I could not be more excited. Mr. Parento, you are crushing it. I'm very excited about this. Again, this is one more area where I said the structures, the systems in place are really paving the way, because we've got great human capital, so we're just resetting the tone and our focus. So looking forward to the future.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Well said. These are things that you and I know on my tenure on the board as your colleague, that we have really strived to accomplish, and we now have an administrative team and leadership that is getting great results. So thank you all. Please vote. And the request to advertise the revised board policies passes unanimously. Item number 29, the lease proposal from Hewlett Packard Financials. Mr. Connor, please.
Yes, ma'am. This proposal is a part of a 4-year plan to refresh and deploy our computers district-wide. This is not to exceed $15 million. This investment will ensure that our students have access to the essential technology and tools. We do have several schools that are a part of this refresh cycle, including STC as a part of that. And so we bring this for your approval tonight.
It's not coming up. Okay. A motion, please, for item number 29.
Madam Chair, may I move for approval of the Sarasota County Schools purchase of Phase 4.3 desktop and notebook computers and services from Hewlett Packard Company?
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second, and seeing no comments or questions, please vote for the lease proposal from Hewlett Packard Financials. And the item passes unanimously. Item number 30, the amendment to the contract term for the Dreamers Academy. Superintendent Connor, please.
Yes, ma'am. This amendment will bring the contract for Dreamers Academy into compliance by state statute and requirements. The charter school has a 2-year planning phase and a 5-year operating phase. By statute, they're afforded that. In the original contract, they opened up a 5-year operating and didn't really delineate that the first 2 years were going to be planning years. So we're bringing this amendment back to allow those first 2 years that they were in existence when they were approved to be considered planning years, and then given 5 additional years to operate as afforded by the law.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that the amendment to the contract term between Dreamers Academy and the School Board of Sarasota County, Florida be approved as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that the amendment to the contract term for the Dreamers Academy be approved. Seeing no comment or questions, please vote. And the item number 30 passes unanimously. Item number 31, the renewal application for Student Leadership Academy. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the renewal application for Student Leadership Academy. All statutory requirements have been met as stated in Florida Statute 1002.33, Parent 6.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Superintendent Connor?
I think it covers it in terms of what Ms. Bridget just said, but the Student Leadership Academy is seeking a 15-year charter renewal and has met all the statutory requirements needed to be considered a high-performing charter school.
Seeing no questions or comments, please vote. And the renewal application for Student Leadership Academy passes unanimously. Item number 32, the application for Sarasota Classified Preparatory Academy. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the application for Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. All statutory requirements have been met as stated in Florida Statute 1002.33, Parent 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Superintendent Connor, would you like to share anything on this item?
Yes, as you know, Board, this application was received by the district on December 13th. The Charter Review Committee met several times, I believe on December 20th, in January and in February. The board met at its last workshop to discuss the application, and we also brought in individuals, representatives from Charter Schools USA, as well as the foundation. We notice that there are concerns, but we do believe, after legal has reviewed, our charter committee has done its capacity interview, that it does meet the requirements of the checklist that is provided by the state. It meets those requirements in order to be approved. And I will now ask our legal counsel if there's anything to add in terms of this charter application as the board considers its approval.
And I'd like to interject, if I may, please, Mr. Duggan, if you could address, in addition to what Superintendent Connor has, anything relative to good cause in line with the Department of Education, that we would be able to defend voting no from a statutory legal standpoint.
Okay, so this is a matter of statute, and it's something that the legislature has addressed. And in Tallahassee, by mandate, they have taken away largely this board's discretion when it comes to the approval or denial, or really the denial of a charter school. And they have, through that mandate, tied that discretion to meeting Department of Education criteria. Through administrative rule, the Department of Education has created an instrument that essentially has 22 different criteria with several bullet points that need to be met. That is the instrument that's used throughout the state to evaluate charter school contracts. And they have mandated what school districts such as ours are expected to do. And they have essentially created a system where at the threshold at the beginning, the charter school submits an application and we review it for sufficiency. And if it meets the sufficiency mandated by the Department of Education, the scheme created by the legislature is to approve that charter application. It can be denied by this board only for good cause. You would be required to make findings about what that good cause would be tied to the Department of Education requirements. And that would be what you would need to do to deny this application, is establish good cause here today as a group.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Enos?
Yeah, Mr. Dugan, if you would, I know that we came in, and this is the same group that has the Wellen Park. What would be the likelihood, since the staff has come back with that, all 22 have been met, one is a partial, that it would be overturned through litigation, or we would be upheld in Tallahassee through DOE if...
So I would add this. So of the 22 required criteria, the school district's committee determined that 21 of the 22 were fully met, that one was partially met. There are 2 other addendums that are not required to be submitted but were submitted, and the committee found that one of those was fully met and one of those was partially met. So if you add that together, 22 of the 24 criteria were fully met and 2 of them were partially met, and of the 24, none of them were unmet. So you've asked me a question. I just want to make clear for this board. This is a 2-part process. Obviously, part 1 is here before you, and there are appeals that could happen thereafter. So I'm, without the board's full permission, I'm happy to disclose my thoughts about good cause, but I want to make sure the board is comfortable with me doing so because, as you know, those have been conveyed within the attorney-client privilege, and I want to make sure that you're comfortable with me sharing them publicly because that essentially will make that privilege and those communications no longer privileged. So if this group wishes me to do that, I'm happy to do that. I just want to make sure you understand by asking me that question, that's what you would be doing.
No, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at it as I know that we had litigation fees.
Yeah, so just to answer your question, I think what you're getting at is that if the board were to deny the application, the charter applicant could appeal. That appeal is several layers. It first would go to something called the Charter School Review Commission. That is a commission that's put together by the Department of Education. That entity would, on its own, evaluate the application and would make a recommendation to the State Board of Education. The matter would then be set before the State Board of Education. Obviously we would be asserting that it needed to be denied if it was denied here, and the charter school company would be asserting before that entity at a public hearing that it should be approved. The State Board of Education would make a determination. Whoever did not prevail at the State Board of Education would be entitled to then appeal to the District Court of Appeal. This would be, in our area, the Second District Court of Appeal. That would be where the court process of it would start. And then ultimately, the court would decide whether it should be approved or denied. And at the culmination of that stage, the non-prevailing party would be entitled to petition for legal fees. And those would likely be awarded to the, that it would be awarded that, let me make sure I can say this right, that the prevailing party is entitled to, would be entitled to recoup attorney's fees and costs from the non-prevailing party, all the way through to this point.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Well, and mine are not directed to council, so unless other board members had questions, I just wanted to, I guess I'll go. A lot was addressed at the public aspect. I know our workshop, I think when you look at the process overall, I think it's very important that, I think it was even mentioned by the applicant that they because so much has changed through legislatively over the last decade when it comes to charter schools, that they were surprised they even had to do a public hearing. And I think that is something I'm glad we do. I want to continue to make sure that we do that. Back in 2014, when I got on the board, there were 14 applications for charter schools back then. By the way, I want to give a huge applause to our CRC. I always want to say it again. They do a lot of really hard work, and as was noted, we have statutory requirements, and they have to do a objective review of the applicant, regardless of what their personal feelings are. I understand there is division within our community about charter schools in general. The word "quote unquote" for profit, I don't even want to go down that road because I think there's a lot of misnomers there. But at the end of the day, I think that I want to move forward. I think there's a lot of great work happening within this district. I would say that competitively, we are probably poised more than ever before to really raise the bar for anyone coming in here, private or charter. And so for that reason, to me, we can distract and take more time where we have a battle and we have not been successful in that avenue before, or move forward. When we know basically what that lane looks like, it's practically a foregone conclusion. And I understand, yes, you can battle things if you want to make a statement. I don't disagree. That's certainly on the table. I'm not going down that road. Personally, as one board member, I do believe in classical education. I think that the concerns I raise, and again, why I like the public workshop, is that opportunity to raise it to our community so that they can have more information based on their elected school board members, where our concerns were. There were some fantastic questions raised by my colleagues here in a variety of areas, and I think those are important for the public. Excuse me, for the public to know. I think, Mr. Connor, you made a great point because they have never created a classical charter. Charter School USA do not have that yet. We don't want to necessarily be a pilot. I think it's important for any members of the community to really evaluate that. I think do they want classical light is what you use? I think is a great way to explain it. That's something I would be looking at. I'm an advocate of classical education. I think there is a demand for it, but I think it's very important that our community members or parents choose what you want, but make sure that you evaluate it and that you're getting exactly what you want. But at the end of the day, we could go through a lot of different processes, spend a lot of money, which in my mind, it is a foregone conclusion. And for that reason is why I'm supporting this.
It's my understanding, Mr. Duggan, that this board voted no in the same situation, and the legal fees before it was even about to be overturned and approved were roughly $63,000.
That's correct, yes.
And that was on our end just to pay for us to defend our stance of denying it.
That's correct. The charter school in that application agreed to assume their own legal costs as part of the agreement to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I think it won't come to anyone's surprise that I'm going to be on the other side of this conversation. I'll start out by saying that the application arrived on December 13th to exploit the fact that 2 weeks of that would be spent on Christmas holiday. And I think that when I look at conversations around statutory requirements, I look at that application and I think it's a cookie cutter application that was just submitted willy-nilly. We were denied the opportunity to get an extension, which is their policy. And so it seems that they're stacking the deck against us as they submitted the application. A couple of things that I noticed that I just want to go over, and I'm just going to run them down. There's still confusion in my mind of what exactly their interpretation of classical education is. There's still confusion and high drama surrounding their proposed location. There's no food or transportation plan. There's a $350,000 custodial budget line. That's going to be the cleanest school on the planet. Confusion regarding Mrs. Ziegler's classical waiting list of 700 families. I don't quite know how that fits in, but is it relating to the private school and the other charter school and what they're doing? Is there, I haven't seen such a list, but is there some connection? It feels connectable, so I still have a question. Where was the polling that they said that they polled and they well, you know, I could say that too. I polled and got a bunch of people. And frankly, while we're about that, we didn't have one person stand up and say this was a good idea and a good charter school. And we didn't have one email that came in that said, yeah, vote for this because it's a great idea. We have not a divided community around charter schools. I think most of our community understands the difference between a Dreamers Academy and the Student Leadership Academy and the Sarasota Military Academy. They understand that they have presented unique reasons and that we support them. So I disagree with that. Here's where in the budget are the funds allocated to the evaluation of servicing ESE students. I know Mrs. Marinelli asked those questions. We didn't get an answer. We got a question. We didn't get an answer. I myself understand the red apple scenario, which is why I asked, and I hope it appeared publicly, how are they paying at Welland Park currently for custodial services and landscaping and food? And Red Apple popped up. And if you do your due diligence, you find out it's the same owners. So they're paying each other our public dollars. The testing data that I also asked for, the PM1, the PM2, in general, some are up, some are down, but overall, I can make an argument that says our district did a better job than Welland Park, and that our acceleration was significantly better than Welland Park, and they missed their mark on enrollment. I'm going to say this. I asked the superintendent, who asked the chair, to schedule a very specific workshop so that we could have a formal conversation where we could spend, as a board, a constructive conversation, give and take, asking and debating these kinds of questions, and it was denied by the chair. And it denied me, it denied us a healthy conversation, and the public was denied that opportunity. Because at the end of the day, I really want to say this because there's so much about what happens on this board that is good, and one of which I'm going to say is Mr. Enos reminds me all the time that Sarasota has to be the best at everything. This charter school application is not the best at all. Not at all. Not even close. And so for that, and I'm going to remind everybody also, something that I live by, my grandfather taught this to me, it's never wrong to do the right thing. And the right thing is to deny this and take it to Tallahassee and fight on behalf of our community and our students that we want the best, and their statutory requirements are not strong enough for Sarasota. And being arguable and defensible don't apply because you'll clear the room. I'm just saying that being defensible and arguable is subjective. And I've spoken to attorneys outside of the board because I don't want to just throw the money away. I want to, and there have been cases that the school district prevails. And this should be one of them. And I would have appreciated an hour or two of give and take debate and conversation amongst ourselves. And I'm sadly disappointed that we were denied that opportunity because it's 10 o'clock at night and we could have anticipated that there would have been a room full of people on just the charter school, let alone the built-in distraction. So I'm voting no.
Mrs. Ziegler, please.
Sorry that my comments won't have as much expression, but I just wanted to clear up something that was said by Mr. Edwards in this assertion that it has anything related to me or what have you. During the workshop, I did mention I used a number of 700. I don't have a list of the private the private classical school. I know that they have a long waiting list. They have for years. And you can look across the state and the country. I'm just clarifying for the record so that there's no confusion about that, that the demand of that kind of curriculum is important and, is high in demand. But again, I reiterate that they were really not able to articulate their past history on classical education, and that part is going to be a defining piece that I hope that parents just look and evaluate what's best for their child. So that's all.
Seeing no further comment, please vote on the application for Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy, please. Still waiting on one. There was There's still one thank you. And item, I apologize for the audience's behavior. We're on the final item that passes 4-1. The application for Sarasota Classical Preparatory Academy. And moving on to board member comments. Mr. Edwards, is there anything that you would like to add?
I'm still formulating my thoughts. You can move on to others and finish up with me.
Sure.
Sure. Well, I want to thank staff again for hanging in there for a long night. I think so much was covered in a lot of our conversations during new business, but as noted before, I'm very excited and optimistic about the future and what's taking place. A lot has taken place I don't know, Mr. Connor mentioned how many days? 7 months, which is extraordinary. I very much want to continue to look forward. However, I will use this opportunity because there's so much conversation at public comment that I want to clarify something. And I believe everyone up here, regardless of whatever fodder, genuinely wants to ensure that the environment and the culture and the climate and the policies and procedures and practices of this district are such that they will ensure every student and every staff member feels protected, feels respected, and is in a safe environment. I know that there's a lot of conversation about fear, and you know what? I don't blame you. When you consider the way things are covered and the mischaracterization, you will
this is a warning. It ends now. We're going to be respectful. We're not going to bully speakers. Please act like that you are here to respect this board and our business. I insist on it. This is a formal warning. I will empty the chamber.
Thank you, Madam
I
Chair.
apologize, Mrs. Ziegler.
No, and so I appreciate that. But I do think it's very important. And when I go back from a historical standpoint, and again, I think Mrs. Rose mentioned in the last 7 years, we really have not seen any gains when it comes to reading scores for third grade, which is horrific. And it's not, and we have amazing talent inside this district, but it's the distraction that was there. And I will remind this community, because I think it's really important you understand that we were on a very scary path. That in 2018, no one up here outside of me, this board voted 3-2 to not allow, we had the gender diverse guidelines, and it put us down this entire path, and it had nothing to do with sexual orientation at all. It had everything to do with the partnership that parents and schools have. That was it. It has, and from there, it was about ensuring that there was parental notification. That failed 3-2. That certainly set a path on the Parents' Bill of Rights. And then you go to the next piece of legislation that has been completely mischaracterized, and I will never, outside of today, use this word, but the Don't Say Gay narrative has caused so much harm. And it's very important to understand that narrative is proudly authored by an organization called Equality Florida that proclaims to be an organization that is there to defend and protect those who are marginalized, yet has created an environment that is false and that has created unnecessary fear. I have rejected, after that, the former superintendent created guidelines or guidance that Mr. Edwards and I actually both objected to because it had something to do with sexual orientation. None of that has to do with the law. None of it had anything to do with the law. And so when you want to get down to brass tacks, there is a lot of intentional fear-mongering, and there was something talked about profiting off of. This is where people are able to raise money off of that. That's just how it works. It is totally political. There's no question about it. And again, this is the only time I will bring it up. But if you want to talk about fear, it is because there is a lot of headlines out there that are filled with false narratives. And at the end of the day, when you look at the direction we are going, we are on a great path where we're focused on what matters. We're focused on every student, ensuring they're able to read, making sure no matter what they can be successful, making sure finally, for the first time in years, that our special needs families and students are being focused, and we're reorganizing so that we can see them grow because they deserve that. And we have fought for that for years, and it has been swept under the rug, not by staff, but by poor leadership at the administrative level. And so I will say again and again that if there was, and I know Mrs. Marinelli mentioned this, and there was a lot of heat that she was given, and I totally reject that, and I appreciate you saying that. I've been on this board for a long time. I'm sure that over the course of time, there are members of staff, for whatever reason, may not feel comfortable speaking up. We want you to speak up. We do, because that's the only way we can improve things and address it. I'm glad that people are coming forward and sharing that they're fearful, so we can address that is actually not the culture, the climate, or at all the direction of this district. I want to make that crystal clear. And if it continues, there are going to be people who are going to continue to push that narrative because it benefits them and it divides us. But I can tell you, I feel very strong about the direction, the focus, and the leadership of this district, and and at the end of the day, that allows our students to succeed, and that is why I am on this board, and that's why I will remain on this board.
Thank you. Ms. Marinelli.
I don't think I can beat that. Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Mine is totally different. I wanted to thank Superintendent Connor and his staff for all the work you've done. But I also, since we did have the arts here today, I wanted to recognize Booker High School. I was invited to their musical performance, Death by Chocolate, and it was absolutely superb. If you closed your eyes, you would think some of those musicians, you were at a professional adult musical. The students did wonderfully. You know, the instruments, the singing. I just can't say enough about it, and I can't wait to go again. So I just wanted to end on that positive note. So, and I hope everybody has a wonderful spring break because you deserve the rest. So thank you.
Mr. Enos, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. One thing is, I know it was brought up in regarding to the parking lot. We've closed the parking lot on many, many instances because unfortunately where we're located between PDQ and the landings, everybody uses that front area. If people remember, there used to be a bus stop at the front, and we actually built a bus stop area in the back because we were concerned when I was the chief that a kid was going to get run over because sometimes the people come through here in the back and the front at a high rate of speed, and we know that there's going to be a large gathering of people. We'll always, as my recommendation for the safety of everybody, is that we're going to shut it down. The other thing I talk about is in reference to the bullying. You know, there's specific statutory criteria that the administration of the school has to do when it's reported. And I would say that, you know, not to date myself, but I wrote the first bullying policy that we got. And I could tell you is that I know the staff. I understand the process is that it's hard for the students to come forward because they feel like they're bullied, because most students are bullied, just wants the bully to go away. And I've done presentations on bullying, especially in social media and suicidal ideation. What I would say, please, as a parent, intercede on behalf of your child so that we can make sure that we're doing everything that we can do to keep them safe, because that is a number, I could tell you, it is definitely for this board member, is the safety is huge for me, because we don't want any type of tragedies like that has occurred, and we want people to come forward. And the last piece is that I would say is that sometimes decisions are really, really hard. And when you get into some of these decisions, I would tell you is that the one thing that I've done is to look at what is it that we are doing in regard to following statute or following whatever that the Department of Education puts down. And when we start looking at those things and we start looking at a variety of stuff, you know, we had an unbelievable, I think, when everybody sees eventually, and I know it was shared with the principals, the whole budget and what we're really doing coming to next year. I mean, with Miss O'Day and her staff and everybody that was in there, Miss Penner, I mean, it is probably going to be the best presentation I see, that we're really focusing on what the mission of education, which mission of the school district should be one thing: education and making our kids smarter, right? So they come back here because they know this is a great community. I'd like us to be ranked the 179,000th beach in the world instead of the second, because when we're driving around with the traffic. But what I'd say is that is because our community. So at the end of the day, is some decisions are pretty hard, just like that last one on the charter school. Everybody should know that I wasn't very impressed with them. But I also understand that we had the same exact thing with the same fees that we were caught. So it would be over $120,000 that we're going to lose because Tallahassee has taken that away from us. And you still have to do what's good cause. And I understand that. I see people shaking their heads. I've listened to the things. I've talked to Mr. Dugan at length. I have done everything possibly in order to do it, because at the end, all of those same things that Mr. Edwards said is correct, but that's not in the 22 items of criteria that all they're going to look at for approval. And that's where it comes that Tallahassee sometimes, I could tell you my perspective, Sheriff Knight told me one time, we may not agree with all the rules, but unfortunately we have to follow them until they're changed. And so in my perspective is when it comes down to that, I didn't want to throw good money after bad money, because I understand that, you know, from the last time that we did have a bill of attorney fees in the last time for the Welland Park, and it hasn't been successful. So who knows whether or not this will be successful either. And I know, and I won't share, but I know that the district, because I'm all about competition, but I could tell you the district is making, I don't know if I should let the cat out of the bag, but the literature targeting charter school kids to come back to the district. We're making those things as you speak, that we're going to be sending those to all the parents to say, hey, come back and take a look at us. Because with our A's and our ratings and everything that we've got, we're looking at being about 5 or higher in the state. And that is on our path to get back to where we want to be is because of Sarasota, we should never be second. We should always be first with everything that we do. So with that, I just want you to have some understanding about a lot of times with my thought processes is it's hard decisions, but sometimes Tallahassee takes it out of our hand, and there's not too much that we can do about it. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Enos. Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. It's interesting. We've had a couple of comments by fellow board members this evening that kind of played into what my final comments were going to be. And Mrs. Ziegler talks about a false narrative, and I will pick up from that place. A fellow board member closed the meeting last time saying that our testing data had not moved in 6 years. Tonight it was 7. And it was also stated that she would terminate that superintendent again and spend those dollars accordingly. I'm going to say that Dr. Asplin was here for approximately 2 years, and those were the 2 COVID years. The superintendent prior to Dr. Asplin was the CFO, who had no oversight of curriculum. Our A rating and testing data that we received during our most recent interim period was a result of the programs that Dr. Asplin put in place in spite of COVID. Many of the positions that have survived in tonight's vote that were re-engineered, which are a result of continuous improvement, such as behavioral specialists and literacy coaches, were installed by Dr. Asplin through the ESSER plan. Dr. Asplin significantly expanded our pre-K classrooms beyond what we were doing at Gosio, and Tracy Cardenas is a result of that because we had to add somebody to oversee that particular program. And Mr. Connor, thank goodness, because of the board, is planning to expand that as well, which, thank God, we as a board all believe in early education. And I'll remind the public that the most recent interim tried to remove that program had the board not intervened. The night he was terminated, we had a letter from COBA, which is the Coalition of Business Associations, representing 5,000 Sarasota employers and 50,000 employees, asking not to terminate Dr. Asplin. A survey conducted by the SCTA that went out and returned in 24 hours had an unheard of return in 24 hours of 47%. And of that 47%, 97% wanted Dr. Asplin to be retained. So when the question is, do you think that teachers are intimidated? They begged not to have it happen, and they did it anyhow, and have heard on several occasions, I'd do it again. Finally, his termination was cruel and humiliating, and I didn't want the final word to be how it was left at the last meeting. His contribution and his reputation should not be left like that, and he should not be holding the bag of 6 or 7 years, which, by the way, goes all the way back to when Lori White left the district. We had a period of time with a superintendent who left, who was terminated or resigned because of a sexual, I don't even know what the whole thing was, but I know that it was inappropriate and the board had to move on. And it's how we moved every 2 years, and we cannot lay those 7 years at Dr. Asplin's feet. I won't allow it. He was a terrific superintendent. Fortunately, we have another very good superintendent who is also moving us in the right direction. And for that, I'm enormously grateful because our choices were extremely limited. And the money that we spent on making those changes and losing an entire year of continuous improvement, we could have spent to fight Charter Schools USA.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I appreciate your statements and respect your perspective. Mine remains different. The cost of 30% of our students is priority to me, not being able to read, as well as 70% of our ESE and the things that we have accomplished, and I stand firm with that. I also stand firm that when you say that we lost a year, in my perspective, if you want to call it 6.5 or 7, we've lost 7 years, and we are moving at this point. I'd like to end on a positive note. And again, recognize why we're here. Recognize Cole Duncan this evening, who performed on the Obi. Player Ayla Mulak, and her musical talent was profound. Our Booker High School VPA. And again, I am a teacher. Have spent my career serving this community and want to, in that note, recognize Haley Brown, our middle school teacher of the year, and was glad that she was with us this evening. Thank you all for participating, and it's been a good evening. Thank you. Next work session is scheduled for Tuesday, March 19th, and followed by 2 expulsion hearings, as well as a 3 o'clock board meeting. Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.